Benvenuti! Welcome to Italian for Beginners, Lesson 1, Course 1. I'm your Italian teacher Claudia, and I'm really looking forward to starting this journey with you. So, without further hesitation, let's get started. Today's lesson is all about greetings, saluti in Italian. Saluti. Perfect. Because greetings are very important and they're probably the very first thing you're going to use when speaking in Italian. Okay, so the first greeting we're going to learn together is hello. Hello in Italian is ciao. You've probably heard this word before. Ciao. Perfect. And then, how to introduce yourself. In Italian, as in English, there are two ways to introduce yourself. The first one, and the most common one in Italian, is with the use of the verb to be, as in English. For example, I am Claudia. Sono Claudia. Sono Claudia. Perfect. So, sono corresponds to am. And as you might notice, in Italian, we don't use subjects that much. You could have said, io sono Claudia, so I am Claudia, but the subject pronoun I is not really needed, so we don't use it, okay? The second way to introduce yourself is, my name is Claudia, and that in Italian is, mi chiamo Claudia. Repeat right after me, please. Mi chiamo Claudia. And that literally means I call myself Claudia. So my name is Claudia. Okay? Great. Then, if you want to ask the other person the same question, you can say, what is your name? And that in Italian is come ti chiami? Come ti chiami? Perfect. And that literally means how do you call yourself? So what is your name? Okay? Great. Perfect. And then after introducing to one another, you are going to say nice to meet you. Nice to meet you in Italian is piacere di conoscerti. That's long, I know. Piacere di conoscerti. Perfect. Or you can just say piacere. It's the same. Perfect. So let's do our first exercise. During our lessons, we're going to do a lot of exercises, and this is the first one of them. So we have a mini dialogue, and the sentences you see are the ones that I'm going to read. So what you have to do is to reply to those sentences. So I will start reading them, and I will leave you a few seconds to reply. If you need more time, just pause the video, take your time, and then start again. Okay? Let's do it. Ciao! Come ti chiami? Mi chiamo Claudia. Piacere. Great. How did you do? Did your sentences look like these ones? If yes, great job. If not, don't worry about it. I mean, you can try this exercise one more time. Okay? There is no rush. So let's move on with other greetings. The first one is good morning. Buongiorno. Buongiorno. Perfect. Then we have the afternoon. Good afternoon is buon pomeriggio. Buon pomeriggio. Perfect. Good evening is buonasera. Buonasera. Perfect. And finally, good night is buonanotte. Buonanotte. Great. Awesome. Okay, then how about you want to ask someone, how are you? So in Italian, there are two ways to ask these questions. The first one is come stai? Come stai? And that literally means how do you stay? Yes, we use the verb to stay instead of the verb to be. I know it might sound weird, but that's how it is. Come stai? Perfect. The second option is come va? Come va? And that literally means how is it going? Okay? Perfect. And you can use both. So you have two questions, and you have two answers as well. The first way to say, for example, I am well is sto bene. Sto bene. And that literally means I stay well, because as you remember, we said that we use the verb to stay. Or if you want to answer to both come stai or come va, you can also say tutto bene or va tutto bene. Tutto bene, va tutto bene. It is going well, okay? And if you want to say I am very well, what you have to do is just to add molto. Sto molto bene, for example. Va tutto molto bene. Okay? Perfect. Then, if you want to ask and you, so to know how is the other person, once again, you have two options. The first one is e tu? E tu? And the second one is e lei? E lei? So both these questions mean and you. But what is the difference then? In Italian, actually, there is a very important difference. So tu corresponds to the subject pronoun you, while lei corresponds to the subject pronoun she. Okay? So, and in Italian, we use she when talking, for example, to someone that we don't know, someone that we respect, someone that is older than us, or someone that is in a higher position than us. So, for example, if you're talking to your friends, you're going to use the subject pronoun tu. If you're talking, for example, to one of your professors, you're going to use the subject pronoun she. Okay? Is it clear? Perfect. So let's do another mini dialogue. The structure is still the same. So the sentences you see are the ones that I'm going to read, and we'll make a few pauses to leave you enough time to reply. Okay? Ready? Let's do it. Ciao, buonasera. Come stai? Sto molto bene, grazie. So, how did you do? Did your sentences look like these ones? If yes, great job. If not, try this exercise one more time. Learning languages is all about practice. Okay? Perfect. So let's move on. How to say goodbye in Italian? Once again, there are two options. The first one is the one that we have already seen. Ciao. So you can use ciao as hello and goodbye. And the other option is arrivederci. Arrivederci. What is the difference then? Ciao is a little bit more friendly, while arrivederci is a little bit more formal. For example, if you're leaving your group of friends to go back home, you're going to say ciao. If you're leaving a restaurant, you're going to say arrivederci. Is it clear? Perfect. Then, see you later is a dopo. A dopo. Perfect. And see you soon is a presto. A presto. Perfect. Very good. So one last exercise. Once again, I will start reading the sentences and you will have to reply. Okay? Let's do it. Ciao. Mi chiamo Claudia. Piacere di conoscerti. Sto molto bene. E tu? A presto. How did you do? Did your sentences look like these ones? If yes, great job. If you made some mistakes, there is no problem. Just try to complete this mini dialogue one more time. Okay? Very good. So before ending our first lesson, let's review all the vocabulary we have learned. As usual, please repeat right after me. Ciao. Sono Claudia, mi chiamo Claudia. Come ti chiami? Piacere di conoscerti. Buongiorno. Buon pomeriggio. Buonasera. Buonanotte. Come stai? Come va? Sto molto bene, va tutto bene. E tu? E lei? Arrivederci. A dopo. A presto. Perfect. Great. So we have just finished our first Italian lesson and I'm really proud of your progress. So complimenti, congratulations. I'm really looking forward to seeing you here again for our second lesson together. Have a great day and thank you for being with me. Ciao. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners. Lesson 2, Course 1. I'm your Italian teacher Claudia and I'm very happy to virtually see you here again with me today. So, without further hesitation, let's start our second lesson. So, first of all, let's review all the vocabulary we have learned during the first lesson. As usual, please repeat right after me. Ciao. Sono Claudia, mi chiamo Claudia. Come ti chiami? Piacere di conoscerti. Buongiorno. Buon pomeriggio. Buonasera. Buonanotte. Come stai? Come va? Sto molto bene, va tutto bene. E tu? E lei? Arrivederci. A dopo. A presto. Perfect. Did you remember them all? So, today's lesson is all about manners. Buone maniere in Italian. Buone maniere. So let's start with please. Please in Italian is per favore. Per favore. And as in English, you can use it both at the beginning of the sentence and at the end. Okay? It doesn't really matter. The important thing is to say it. Then, how to say thank you. Thank you is grazie. Grazie. So you really need to pronounce the last letter, I in English, but the letter I in Italian is E. We're going to see it better when we're going to do the alphabet. For the moment, the very important thing is to say grazie and not grazie. Okay? Perfect. Then, if you want to say grazie mille is thank you very much. Grazie mille. And that literally means thank you 1,000 times. Apparently they're never enough, okay? Perfect. Very good. Then you can say you're welcome. You're welcome in Italian is prego. Prego. Perfect. Very good. And how about if you want to apologize? So as usual, there are two options. The first one is I am sorry, and that corresponds to mi dispiace. Mi dispiace. Perfect. And the other one is excuse me. But you have two ways to say excuse me. The first one is scusa. Scusa. And the other one is scusi. Scusi. What is the difference then? Do you remember in last lesson we actually saw it? So in Italian we have a more friendly way and one that is a little bit more formal. So basically, scusa is friendly. So you're gonna apologize with scusa to your family and to your friends, for example. Scusi is more formal. So you are going to use it to apologize with people that you don't know, or with people that are older than you, or that are in a higher position than you. For example, your boss. Okay? So what is the difference between mi dispiace and scusa or scusi? So you use mi dispiace when regretting something that happened before. Scusa or scusi are used when you apologize for small things or also for more important things, okay? Let's try some exercise. So here you have a situation, and what you will have to do is to decide whether to use mi dispiace or scusa or scusi, okay? Are you ready? So I will read the context. So you are walking in a store and accidentally nudge someone as you pass by. What do you say? Yes, you say scusi. You use scusi because you don't know the person that you actually nudged. Okay? Is it clear? Perfect. Let's try another situation. So you're sitting in a restaurant and want some more water. So you call over the waiter, and what do you say? Yes, you say, once again, scusi, because you don't know the waiter. And to be polite, you are going to use the more formal way. Okay? Perfect. Let's try another one. So you're having a conversation with someone and you want to interject. What do you say? Yes, you say scusa, assuming that you know pretty well the person you're having a conversation with. For example, a friend. For example, your parents. I don't know. Perfect. Then let's do one last context. So you're hungry and you eat your roommate's last homemade cookie, but you didn't know that she was saving it. So what do you say? Yes, you're saying mi dispiace because you're regretting that you ate that cookie. Okay? Very good. Perfect. So talking about food, let's add a few words, okay, concerning food, in this case more about beverages. So when learning like Italian words, you always need to learn them with the article, because that's how you will know if the word is masculine or feminine. And that's very important. And we're gonna see why. Okay, for the moment, just learn the words with the article. Okay, so coffee is il caffè. And il is a masculine article. Okay, so caffè is a masculine word too. Il caffè. And there is an accent at the end. Okay, very good. The water. The water in Italian is l'acqua. l'acqua. So you have CQU, okay? And acqua is a feminine word, so its article would be la. But since we have actually two A's, one right next to the other, la acqua, what you do is actually you eliminate the first A, the A of the article, and you put an apostrophe. So l'acqua. Perfect. Then we have the beer, la birra, la birra. And once again, birra is feminine and la is a feminine article. Okay? Perfect. So for example, if you're in a restaurant and you want to ask the waiter to bring you, I don't know, some water, how can you ask, can you bring me? That question in Italian is può portarmi? For example, può portarmi l'acqua? Can you bring me some water? Perfect. And once again, we are using a formal way. Okay? Può portarmi? Very good. Perfect. So before ending our second lesson, let's review all the words we have learned today. So let's start with per favore. Repeat right after me, please. Grazie mille. Scusa, scusi. Mi dispiace. Acqua. Caffè. Birra. Mi può portare? Perfect. Very good. So, complimenti. Congratulations. You have just finished your second Italian lesson. And I'm very proud of your progress. I'm really looking forward to seeing you here again for our third lesson, and have a great day. Grazie. Ciao. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners. Lesson 3, Curse 1. I'm Claudia, your Italian teacher, and I'm looking forward to starting this new lesson with you today. Before starting, let's review all the vocabulary we have seen in last lesson, in lesson 2. Okay, as usual, please repeat right after me. Per favore. Grazie mille. Scusa, scusi. Mi dispiace. Do you remember the difference between mi dispiace and scusa? If not, return to the previous lesson. Please. Acqua. Caffè. Birra. Mi può portare? Perfect. Great. So today's lesson is all about numbers. I numeri in Italian. Numeri. Okay? Ready to start? So let's start with number 1. 1 is uno. Uno. Perfect. Then we have due. Due. Tre. Tre. Quattro. Quattro. Cinque. Cinque. Perfect. Sei. Sei. Sette. So you have a double T here. Sette. Otto. Otto. Great. Nove. Nove. And finally, 10. 10. So you really pronounce all the letters. 10. Okay? Great. So let's move on. Then we have 11. 11. 12 is 12. 12. 13 is 13, 13, 14, 14. Okay? Perfect. 15, 15. Perfect. 16, 16. Great. 17 is 17. Lots of doubles here. 17. Perfect. Then we have 18. 18. Perfect. 19. 19. And finally, 20. 20. As in most languages, the hardest part when it comes to numbers is from 1 to 20. Then it becomes pretty automatic. Let's see it. 21, 21. Literally, it is 21. 21, 21. It becomes even more regular then. 22, 22. Okay? Does that make sense? 22. Then 23, 23, easy, isn't it? 24, 24, 25, 25, 25, 26, 26, 27, 27. So you see, like it's pretty automatic. 27, 28, 28, 29, 29, and finally 30. Okay? So here we have all others examples, but as I told you before, it is pretty automatic. So for example, 30 is 30. So 31, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 40. And it's always the same thing. So 41, 42, 46 is, for example, 46, and so on. 50 is 50. So 51, 52, 59, for example, is 59. Okay, is it clear? 60 is 60. For example, 65, 65, 67, 67. Okay? 70 is 70. So 71, 72, 73, 74, and so on. 80 is 80. 81, 82, 89 is 89. Okay? 90 is 90. 90. 94, 94. 98, 98. Okay? It's always automatic. One exercise that you can do is to take like random numbers in English and try to translate them into Italian. Okay? 99 then is 99. And after 99, we have 100. 100. 100. Is it clear? Perfect. Very good. So, to review all the numbers, what you can do is just go back to the beginning of this lesson and practice again. As I told you before, writing some numbers in English and try to translate them or say out loud in Italian is a very good exercise to learn them. Okay? So, very good work. I know numbers can be tricky at the beginning, but with practice, you're gonna learn them. I'm really confident about it. So, complimenti, congratulations. You have just finished your 3rd Italian lesson, and I'm really proud of the work that you're doing. So, have a great day, and thank you for being with me one more time. Ciao, grazie. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners, Lesson 4, Course 1. I'm Claudia, your Italian teacher, and I'm very happy to virtually see you here again with me today. So, before getting started, maybe you would like to review all the numbers we have learned in Lesson 3. To do so, please return to the previous lesson and practice one more time. Okay? Perfect. Today's lesson is all about colors. Colori in Italian. Colori. Perfect. So let's start with blue. That's easy. Blue in Italian is blu. Blu. Perfect. Then we have red. Red can be either rosso and rossa. Rosso, rossa. What is the difference then? Rosso needs to be used with masculine words, and rossa needs to be used with feminine words. That's why learning if the word is masculine or feminine is very important, because the adjective needs to match it. Okay, so if you have a masculine word, you need to use the masculine version, if there is one, of the article. If we return to blue, for example, you see that there is only one option, because you use blue, like that, both for masculine and feminine words. With red, you have the two possibilities. Okay, is it clear? Perfect. Then we have yellow. Once again, we have the masculine version, giallo, giallo. Perfect. And the feminine one, gialla, gialla. Great. Then we have green. Green is always verde. Verde. So you use verde both for masculine and feminine words. Then we have brown. Brown is always marrone. Marrone. Great. Purple is viola. Viola. Not viola, but viola. Okay? Perfect. Then we have pink. Pink is rosa. To be used with both masculine and feminine words. Rosa. Perfect. Then we have black. Black is nero for masculine words, or nera for feminine words. Nero, nera. Okay? Great. Then we have white. White is either bianco, bianco, or bianca, bianca. Awesome. Perfect. Then we have gray. Once again, two possibilities. Grigio for masculine words, grigio, and grigia for feminine ones. Grigia. Perfect. Awesome. Then we have orange. Orange is always arancione. Arancione. Perfect. So let's do one small exercise. So you see here you have many colors. What you will have to do is to say out loud, or to write, if you prefer to, the corresponding color in Italian. Okay? So what I suggest you to do is to pause the video, say out loud the colors or write them down, and just start again with the video again. Okay? Because I'm going to reveal the solutions. Okay? Ready? Time to pause the video. And here are the solutions. So how did you do? I'm going to read all the colors. Okay? One more time. Blu, rosso, giallo, verde, marrone, viola, rosa, nero, bianco, grigio, and finally arancione. So how did you do? Did you make any mistakes? If yes, try this exercise one more time, okay? Great. So let's practice a little bit with words too, okay? So common words, for example, the table. Il tavolo. Il tavolo. Now you know why articles are so important in Italian. Il is a masculine article. Tavolo is a masculine word. So for example, if you need to use an adjective, you have to match it, so it needs to be masculine. If there is if there is the option to have the masculine form of the adjective. Okay? The chair, la sedia. La sedia. Sedia and la are feminine words. Okay? The bag, la borsa. La borsa. Perfect. Feminine words as well. The book, il libro. Il libro. Il, masculine article for a masculine word. The mirror, lo specchio. Lo specchio. So pay attention. In Italian, when you have CHI, the sound is always k. It's never ch. Okay? Lo specchio. Great. The pen, la penna. La, feminine article for a feminine word. Then, how to say for example, a pen? Well, in Italian, that's complicated because we have 4 options. So basically, the most common ones are un, masculine, una, feminine, una penna, for example, un tavolo. But there are also less common options. The first one is uno. So uno is for masculine words, but just the masculine words, for example, that begins with S plus a consonant, uno specchio, as we have seen before, or you can use uno in front of words that begin with PN or PS or PT, or that begins with X. It's just a few words, actually. And un, with an apostrophe, is the feminine a that you use in front of feminine words that begins with a vocal. Okay? So that's it. The most common ones, un, una, un with an apostrophe in front of feminine words that begin with a vocal, uno, masculine article for words that begin with S plus a consonant, PN, PS, PT, X. Okay? That comes with practice. Now it seems complicated. I know it. So let's do an exercise. What you will have to do here is to match the color to the word. Okay? So I will start reading the words in Italian and I'll leave you a few seconds to say out loud the color. Okay? Ready? Let's start. Il libro. As usual, if you need more time, just pause the video. Okay? Il tavolo. Una penna. Una borsa. Lo specchio. La sedia. Great. So how did you do it? Did the colors you wrote were these ones? So il libro rosso, because libro is masculine, so you need to pick the masculine adjective, rosso. Il tavolo nero, same thing. Nero matches with the masculine word tavolo. Una penna rosa. Rosa never changes. Una borsa gialla. Borsa is a feminine word, so you need to pick gialla instead of giallo. Lo specchio blu. Blue never changes. And finally, la sedia verde. Verde never changes as well. Okay, is it clear? As usual, before ending our lesson, let's review all the vocabulary we have seen in this lesson. So, please write the words right after me. Blu, rosso rossa, giallo gialla, verde, marrone, viola, rosa, nero nera, bianco bianca, grigio grigia, arancione. And this is everything for the colors. Let's move to the objects. Il tavolo, la sedia, la borsa, il libro, lo specchio, la penna. Great, perfect. So, complimenti, congratulations, you have just finished your 4th Italian lesson, and I'm very proud of your progress. Benvenuti! Welcome to Italian for Beginners, Lesson 5, Course 1. I'm Claudia, your Italian teacher, and I'm very happy to see you here again with me today. So, before starting Lesson 5, let's review all the words we have learned in last lesson. That was mainly about colors, and also we have done a few objects as well. So, as usual, please repeat right after me. Blu, rosso rossa, giallo gialla, verde, marrone, viola, rosa, nero nera, bianco bianca, grigio grigia, arancione, il tavolo, la sedia, la borsa, il libro, lo specchio, la penna. Okay, great. So today's lesson is about a very important thing of Italian culture, the food, il cibo. Il cibo. Great, perfect. So let's start with the food. First of all, the bread, il pane. Il pane. So the article for pane is il, and it's a masculine article, okay? Then we have the rice, il riso. Il riso. So it's a masculine word as well. Then we have the egg, l'uovo. L'uovo. So the article for uovo is the masculine lo. But since it begins with a vocal, then you delete the O and you put an apostrophe. L'uovo. Okay? Perfect. Then we have the meat, la carne. La carne. And that's a feminine word. Okay? Then we have the pork, il maiale. Il maiale. So masculine. The chicken, il pollo. Il pollo. Another masculine word. The beef, that's long. La carne di manzo. La carne di manzo. Okay, great. The fish, il pesce. Il pesce. Perfect. Then we have the vegetables, la verdura. La verdura. So it's a feminine word. Okay, great. The lettuce, la lattuga. La lattuga. Great. The onion, la cipolla. La cipolla. And it's a feminine word. The garlic, l'aglio. L'aglio. Here we have this combination of letter that for foreigners is always a little bit hard to pronounce, sorry. It's G-L-I, L. That's the sound, L. And I know at the beginning it's a little bit complicated. Aglio is a masculine word. Then we have the pepper, il peperone. Il peperone. Perfect. The carrot, la carota. La carota. Awesome. The tomato, il pomodoro. Il pomodoro. Perfect. The fruit, la frutta. La frutta. So it's a feminine word, okay? So talking about fruits, the apple, la mela. La mela. Great. The banana, this is easy. So the only thing that changes is the pronunciation. The banana is la banana. So not banana, but banana. Perfect. Then we have the pineapple, l'ananas. It's a masculine word. L'ananas. Great. The strawberry, la fragola. La fragola. And it's a feminine word. The grape, l'uva. L'uva. And that's feminine as well. The article would have been is actually la, but since the word begins with a vocal, then you delete the A and you put an apostrophe. La uva becomes l'uva. Okay? Perfect. Then we have the drink. La bibita. La bibita. Perfect. Talking about beverages and drinks, the milk, il latte. Il latte. Perfect. Then we have the tea, il tè. Il tè. So never forget to put the accent, okay, over the E. The sugar, lo zucchero. Lo zucchero. Perfect. The honey, il miele. Il miele. Great. So, how to say I want? So, as usual, we have two options. Voglio, with that difficult sound, l, voglio, literally corresponds to I want. But it would be more polite to always use vorrei. Vorrei. That corresponds to the English I would like. Okay? Very good. Perfect. And then a last word, with. With, in Italian, is con. Con. Perfect. Very good. So let's do a mini exercise. What you have to do here is to replace the red word in brackets with one of the foods we have done today, and that belongs to that category. So you have, for example, vegetables, fruit, drink, sweetener. Okay? So I'll leave you a few seconds to complete the exercise, but you can just pause the video and do it on your own. Take your time and then resume the video when you're done. Okay? Let's start. So I'll show you like 2 examples of solutions. For example, first sentence, vorrei riso con pollo e lattuga. Vorrei riso con pollo e lattuga. Example of the second sentence, vorrei una mela e latte con miele. Vorrei una mela e latte con miele. Okay, so your sentences do not have to be exactly like mine, of course. What's important is that you use like the right words. Okay? You can try to use and to make other sentences like these ones in order to make more practice with the words belonging to the food category. Okay? So, before ending this lesson, let's review all the new vocabulary. As usual, please repeat right after me. Il cibo, il pane, il riso, l'uovo, la carne, il pollo, il maiale, la carne di manzo, il pesce, la verdura, la lattuga, la cipolla, l'aglio, il peperone, il pomodoro, la frutta, la mela, la banana, l'ananas, la fragola, l'uva, la bibita, il latte, il tè, lo zucchero, il miele, voglio, vorrei, do you remember the difference? And finally, con. Great, awesome, great job. So complimenti, congratulations. You have just finished your 5th Italian lesson. We have still a long journey ahead and I can't wait to continue it with you. So have a great day and thank you for being with me today. Benvenuti! Welcome to Italian for Beginners. I'm your Italian teacher Claudia and I'm very happy to start this new lesson with you today. Today's lesson is about the alphabet. L'alfabeto. L'alfabeto. A in Italian is A. A. So when you see an A in an Italian word, you always pronounce it as A. No exceptions. B, that's easy. B in Italian as well. C. So not C, but C. D, same. And this is the second trickiest one. Letter E in Italian is E. And that's super important. Every time you see letter E, that's E in Italian. Okay? Perfect. Then we have letter F, 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 G. H is H, H. So do you remember that letter E in Italian is E? Well, letter I in English is letter I in Italian. So E is E in Italian and I in Italian is I. Okay, that's very difficult. I know, at the beginning it's confusing, it's totally normal. Then we have J in Italian as well, but it's a letter that is not really used. Besides from jeans, we don't have many other words that begins or that has a J, okay? K, K, L, L, M is M, M, N, N, O, O. Okay, great. P, P. Q, Q. So you see, like, some letters are pretty similar to the English ones. Sometimes it's just a matter of pronunciation. R, R. S is S, S. T is T, T. U is U, U. V is V, V. Perfect. W is doppia V. If you think about it, that makes sense. This is V, this is doppia V. Okay? That literally means double V in this case. X, X. Great. Y. This is pretty different. Y. Great. Z, Z. Perfect. Awesome. So as I anticipated, that's very important because some letters as A are always pronounced as they look and they sound in the alphabet. So letter A is always pronounced as A. Letter E is always pronounced as E in Italian. Letter I is always pronounced E in Italian. Okay? Perfect. As an exercise, for example, you can try to spell your name. Okay? Perfect. So let's review all these letters all together, but a little bit faster. As usual, please repeat the letters right after me, please. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. So for example, if I have to spell my name, I would say C, L, A, U, D, I, A. Here it is. You can do the same. You can try with your name, with your parents' name, with your friends' names, with names of the objects, whatever you want. With the alphabet, it's really a matter of practice. Okay? So I'll leave you to your practice, and I'm going to say your complimenti. Congratulations. So you have just finished your 6th Italian lesson, and I'm very proud of your progress. So see you here for the next lesson, and thank you for being with me. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners, Lesson 7, Curse 1. I'm Claudia, your Italian teacher, and I'm very happy to see you here again today. Today's lesson is about animals, gli animali. Gli animali. So we have never seen gli before. That's an article as well. It's plural and it's actually masculine. So it's used with masculine and plural words. Okay? So let's start with the cat. Il gatto. Il gatto. Il, masculine article for a masculine word. The dog. Il cane. Il cane. Perfect. The bird, l'uccello. L'uccello. So here, once again, the article is lo. But as the word starts with a vocal, you delete the O and you put an apostrophe. L'uccello. So it's a masculine word. Okay? The elephant, l'elefante. L'elefante. And here we have the same situation. So the L with an apostrophe, that was for lo. Then we have the lion, il leone. Il leone. Perfect. The bear, l'orso. L'orso. Very good. The horse, il cavallo. Il cavallo. Perfect. The tiger, la tigre. So it's a feminine word. La tigre. Very good. The bull, il toro. Il toro. Perfect. The turtle, la tartaruga. That's a long word. La tartaruga. Perfect. Then we have the pig, il maiale. Il maiale. You see, as we have seen with the alphabet, the letter I is pronounced as I. Maia. And then the letter E at the end is always pronounced as E in Italian. Il maiale. Okay? Perfect. The cow, la mucca. La mucca. Perfect. Then we have the sheep, la pecora. La pecora. Very good. The duck, la papera. La papera. Perfect. And then let's add a few words. For example, to run, correre. Correre. To walk is camminare. We're gonna do the verb in details in the next lessons, okay? Camminare is to walk. Then, to jump, saltare. Saltare. Perfect. And let's add just a couple of adverbs. You're gonna see where we're going to. Fast is velocemente. Velocemente. And that's the adverb, okay? If you're looking for the adjective, that would be veloce. It's a fast car. È una macchina veloce. The car runs fast. La macchina corre velocemente. Okay? And slowly. Slowly is lentamente. Lentamente. Perfect. So let's do a small exercise. As you see here, you have some sentences with a few blank spaces. What you have to do is to add in the first blank space the name of the animal and then the following like adverb among the ones that we have done today. Okay? Just pause the video, take your time to complete the exercise and then resume it, okay? Because I'm going to reveal some possible solutions. Okay, time to do the exercise. Okay, so how did you do it? Was it easy? So here are some examples. La tartaruga cammina lentamente, for example. The turtle walks slowly. Second sentence, il cane corre velocemente. The dog runs fast. Okay? And then the last one, il gatto salta. The cat jumps. Okay, how was it? Try to do like some of these kinds of sentences with other animals and with the same adverbs. Okay? Perfect. So let's review all the vocabulary we have seen today. As usual, please repeat right after me. Gli animali. Il gatto. Il cane. L'uccello. L'elefante. Il leone. L'orso. Il cavallo. La tigre, il toro, la tartaruga, il maiale, la mucca, la pecora, la papera, the verbs, correre, camminare, saltare, and finally the adverbs, velocemente, and its opposite, lentamente. Okay, so how was this lesson? Was it easy or was it a little bit more difficult? In either case, complimenti. Congratulations. You have just finished your 7th Italian lesson, and I'm very proud of your progress. I'm looking forward to continuing this journey with you. Have a great day. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners. Lesson 8, Curse 1. I'm your Italian teacher, Claudia, and I'm very happy to start this new lesson with you today. It is about the verbs. The time has come to start with the verbs, okay? First of all, let's learn some new and old verbs. For example, we have already seen to walk. Camminare. Camminare. Perfect. To jump, we already know it. Saltare. Saltare. Perfect. This is new. To do exercise. Fare esercizio. Fare esercizio. Perfect. To swim. Nuotare. Nuotare. Perfect. To dance. Ballare. Ballare. Perfect. To play. Giocare. Giocare. Awesome. To sweat. Sudare. Sudare. Perfect. Very good. Then, andare in bicicletta. That's to ride a bike. Andare in bicicletta. And that literally means to go on a bike. Okay? And bicicletta is bike, but you can also say bici. It's shorter and it works. Bici. Andare in bici. It's okay. Perfect. To run, correre. We have already seen this verb in lesson 7. Correre. Perfect. And to open, aprire. Aprire. Perfect. Very good. Then how to say I like or I don't like? I like in Italian is mi piace. For example, mi piace il latte. I like milk. Mi piace. I don't like is non mi piace. Non mi piace. So what you have to do is just to add non before mi piace. Okay? Perfect. Very good. For example, I don't like something very much, or I like something very much. I like milk, very much. Mi piace molto il latte. Very much is molto. And this is a difference from the English language. You don't place very much at the end of the sentence, but just after the verb. Mi piace molto il latte. Okay? Perfect. If you have to say, I don't like something, in this case the milk, very much, you just need, as usual, to add non before the rest of the sentence. So, non mi piace molto il latte. Is it clear? Perfect. So, let's do a small exercise. Here, what you have to do is just to add a verb at the end of the sentence. Okay? That's all. One of the verbs we have done today, of course. So I will start within the sentences and I will leave you a few seconds to complete it. Okay? Let's start with the first one. Mi piace. Non mi piace. As usual, if you need more time, just pause the video. Okay? And the third one, mi piace molto. Okay, great. So how was it? I'll show you a few examples. Mi piace camminare. I like walking. Non mi piace sudare. I don't like to sweat. Mi piace molto ballare. I like dancing very much. Okay? Great. Perfect. So let's move on. Today we're talking about conjugation. So what is the verb conjugation? Basically, it's the declination of the verb according to the subject pronoun. In practical terms, it's actually the verbs that you use while you're talking. I do, we make, they play. Here it is. So let's start from the beginning. In Italian, there are three kinds of verbs. First group, the verbs that end with are, A-R-E, okay? Second group is made of the verbs that end with ere, E-R-E in English. Third and final group, the verbs that end with ire, I-R-E in English, okay? And their conjugation is a little bit different. So let's start looking at the desinences of the verbs of the first group. So the verbs that end with are. To conjugate a verb, you need to take the verb root. So it's the part of the verb without the last part. The last part in Italian is are, ere, ire. So you take the first part of the verb and you simply attach the desinences. So you see here, for example, for I, io, the desinence is o. I'm pronouncing the desinences in Italian, okay? For you, tu, in Italian, the desinence is I. For lui, lei, he, she, the desinence is a. For we, noi, in Italian, the desinence is iamo. For y'all, voi, the desinence is ate. And finally, for they, essi, the desinence is ano. I know it seems complicated right now, but let's see some practical examples. For example, camminare. Camminare is a regular verb. So first of all, what you have to do is to take the verb root. So the part of the verb, in this case, without are. So the verb root is cammin. Okay? And then you just need to add the desinences. So repeat right after me. Io cammino. Tu cammini. Lui, lei cammina. Noi camminiamo. Voi camminate. Essi camminano. Watch out the accent here. Camminano. Okay? And that's super regular. okay? Let's do another example. Saltare, to jump, is regular as well. So the verb root is the part of the verb without are. So salt. And then you add the desinences. Io salto, tu salti, lui, lei salta, noi saltiamo, voi saltate, essi saltano. Is it clear? Perfect. Very good. Then we have andare. Andare, as in English, is an irregular verb. So even though the verb root should be and, the first conjugation is io vado. So it's completely different. Okay? Io vado, tu vai, lui, lei va. Then it becomes a little bit regular. Noi andiamo, voi andate, essi vanno. So it becomes irregular once again. With these verbs, the only thing you can do is to learn them by heart, as in all languages. Fare, to do, is another irregular verb. Okay? So let's start its conjugation. Io faccio, tu fai, lui, lei fa, noi facciamo, voi fate, essi fanno. Is it clear? Perfect. So now let's see the second group. So the verbs that end with ere. Okay? As you might notice, there are some tiny differences for the desinences. Okay? For example, lui, lei, the desinence is now e in Italian. So e in English. Okay? And for example, you all, the desinence is ete. Or for they, the desinence is ono. Okay? Let's see a practical example. Correre. Correre is a regular verb. So you take the verb root, so cor, with double R, and you start the conjugation. Io corro, tu corri, lui, lei corre, noi corriamo, voi correte, essi corrono. Perfect. Very good. And then we have the final group, so the verbs that end with ire. Once again, here you can just find a very tiny difference for you all. The desinence is ite. Okay? Perfect. So let's do a practical example. Aprire, to open, a regular verb. So the verb root is apr. Okay? So the part of the verb without ire. Io apro, tu apri, lui, lei apre, noi apriamo, voi aprite, essi aprono. Perfect. Very good. That's how it is. So for the regular verb, it's pretty easy. For the irregular ones, the only thing you can do is literally like to learn them. Okay? Very good. So before ending this intense lesson, let's review all the verbs we have done today. As usual, please repeat right after me. Exercise, esercizio. We haven't specifically done this verb, but you always see it when we're doing some exercise, okay? As a title. Camminare, saltare, fare esercizio, to do exercise, nuotare, andare in bicicletta, or andare in bici, giocare, sudare, correre, aprire. Mi piace, non mi piace. Mi piace molto, non mi piace molto. Okay, great. Complimenti, congratulations. You have just finished this intense lesson, lesson 8. And I'm very proud of your progress. We're gonna keep on working on the verbs, so don't worry about it. Have a great day, and thank you for being with me. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners, Lesson 9, Curse 1. I'm your Italian teacher, Claudia, and I'm looking forward to starting this new lesson with you today. Today, we're keeping on doing some other verbs. We're gonna do the most important verbs, I verbi importanti in Italian, okay? I know that it might seem a little bit boring when we're talking about verbs, but they are fundamental when speaking in a foreign language, as you already know. So let's start with the verb to be. Essere. Essere. Perfect. To have, avere. Avere. Great. To go, andare. We have already seen it. If you remember, andare in bicicletta. And plus, we have done its conjugation in lesson 8. To be able to, potere, or can. Potere. Perfect. To talk or speak, parlare. Parlare. Great. To see, vedere. Vedere. Perfect. So let's keep on with the conjugation of these verbs, okay? Let's start with the verbs that end with are. So this table is a little bit a review of the desinences that you need to attach to the verb root. So do you remember them? O, I, a, iamo, ate, ano. For the verbs belonging to the first group. So the group that ends with are. Okay? First example, parlare, to speak or to talk. Parlare is a very regular verb. So, io parlo, tu parli, lui, lei parla, noi parliamo, voi parlate, essi parlano. Okay, so basically what you need to do is to take the verb root, so the part of the verb without are, and you attach the desinences, the endings. Okay, perfect. Then this is a small recap of the desinences for the verbs of the second group. So the verbs that end with ere. Okay, so do you remember the main differences concern he, she, you all, and they? Okay, let's do some examples. Essere. Essere, the verb to be, as in all languages, is always irregular. So what you have to do is to learn it by heart. You cannot escape from that. So, as usual, please repeat right after me. Io sono. Tu sei. Lui, lei è. Always remember the accent. Because if you don't put the accent, the letter becomes, this word becomes e. E means and in Italian. So that's why the accent is very important. Noi siamo. Voi siete. Essi sono. Okay, great, perfect. Avere. As usual, this one is irregular as well. So first of all, let's start with I. Io ho. Ho. And here it is very important for I, you, he, she, and they to put the H at the beginning. Okay, that is super important. Tu, hai. So you don't really pronounce the H at the beginning. Lui, lei, ha. Noi abbiamo. So there is no H here, but you don't see the difference while talking. But when you see it written, then you see the difference. That's why you always have to remember to put it. The H. Abbiamo. Voi avete. There is no H here as well. And here, the H comes back. Essi hanno. Here as well is super important because if you have anno, if you write anno without the H, that means ear. Okay? So always remember the H where it needs to be. Okay, awesome. Then we have potere, to can, to be able to, and this is irregular as well. So, let's see its conjugation. Io posso, tu puoi, lui, lei può, noi possiamo, voi potete, and this is the only regular form. Essi possono. Is it clear? Perfect. Very good. So then we have vedere. Vedere, luckily, is a regular verb that ends with ere. So you take the verb root, ved, and you attach the desinences. So, io vedo, tu vedi, lui, lei vede, noi vediamo, voi vedete, essi vedono. Is it clear? Perfect. Very good. So let's do a small exercise. Here what you have to do is just to translate the conjugation of the verb. So I am in Italian is. So I'm going to read them in English and I'm going to leave you a few seconds to translate them. Of course, as usual, if you need more time, just pause the video and then resume it when you're done. Okay? Let's do it. I am. He speaks. They can. You are. We go. She sees. I have. If you haven't finished this exercise, just pause the video and take your time, okay? Because I'm going to reveal the solutions in a bit. Okay, so let's see the solutions. As I mentioned at the beginning of our lessons together, in Italian we don't use subjects that much, so they're not necessary. If you want to add them in the translation as an exercise, it's really good, but while you're talking, they're not necessary, okay? So, I am, sono. He speaks, parla. They can, possono. You are, sei. We go, andiamo. She sees, vede. I have, ho. Please don't forget the H. Okay? Very good. So let's do another exercise. You have to do the very same thing. You just have to translate the verbs. Okay? I will start reading them in English. As I mentioned before, if you need more time, just pause the video, okay? And complete the exercise. They are. I speak. You can. We are. You'll go. I see. They have. If you haven't finished, just pause the video and take your time because I'm going to reveal the solutions. Okay? So, they are, sono. I speak, parlo. You can, puoi. We are, siamo. You'll go, andate. I see, vedo. They have, hanno. Don't forget the H. Okay? So how were this exercise? Did you make, any mistakes? If you did, no problem. Just try this exercise one more time. Okay? With the verbs, it's a matter of practice. The more you practice, the better your knowledge of the verbs will be. Okay? Very good. So before ending our lesson, let's review the new verbs we have done today. So, essere, avere, potere, parlare, vedere. Great. Perfect. Complimenti. Congratulations. You have just finished your new Italian lesson, the 9th one, and I'm very proud of your progress. So I'm looking forward to starting a new lesson with you and have a great day. Grazie. Ciao. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners, Lesson 10, Curse 1. I'm your Italian teacher Claudia, and I'm very happy to see you here again with me today. Today, we're going to do part 2 of the important verbs in Italian. And then we're going to do their conjugation as well. So we're going to start with to know. To know in Italian is sapere. Sapere. Perfect. To know can be also conoscere. Conoscere. So what is the difference then? Conoscere is a knowledge that is a little bit more theoretical, while sapere is more practical. Okay? Great. Then we have to put mettere, mettere. Perfect. To say or to tell, dire, dire. Great. To want, volere. We have actually seen already a little bit of the conjugation of this verb. Do you remember the difference between io voglio and vorrei? That is the verb volere. To give, dare. Dare. Perfect. To eat, a very important verb is mangiare. Mangiare. Perfect. So let's start with the conjugation. This table is a small recap of the desinences for the verbs of the first group. So the verbs that end with are, in case you need to see them again. Okay? If you need like a few times to see them again, just pause the video. Okay? And take your time. We're going to do some practical examples. First of all, mangiare. Mangiare is regular. Okay, so there are no exceptions. So you see, the verb root is mangi. Okay, so the part of the verb without are. So let's say that its conjugation. Io mangio. Tu mangi. Lui, lei mangia. Noi mangiamo. Voi mangiate. Essi mangiano. Okay? Watch out the accent here. Mangiano. Not mangiano, but mangiano. Okay? Perfect. Then we have dare, to give. Dare is irregular. Okay? Let's see its conjugation. Io do. like the note. Tu dai. Lui, lei, dà. Watch out, there is an accent here. Dà. Noi diamo. Voi date. Essi danno. There is a double N here. Okay? Perfect. Very good. Then this is a recap for the verbs that end with ere. So the verbs of the second Italian group. Okay? If you need to see them again, just pause the video and resume it as soon as you're done. Example. Conoscere. To know. Conoscere is regular. So, io conosco. Tu conosci. Lui, lei conosce. Noi conosciamo. Voi conoscete. Essi conoscono. Okay? Perfect. Then we have the other to know. Sapere. And sapere is irregular. Okay? So, io so. Tu sai. Lui, lei sa. Noi sappiamo, with double P. Voi sapete, and this is the only regular form. Essi sanno. Okay? Perfect. Very good. Then we have mettere, to put. Mettere is regular. So you take the verb root, met, with double T, and you attach the endings. So, io metto, tu metti, lui, lei mette, noi mettiamo, voi mettete, essi mettono. Okay? Perfect. Then we have volere. We have already seen something about volere. Volere is irregular. So, io voglio, with that difficult sound, voglio. Tu vuoi. Lui, lei vuole. Noi vogliamo. Voi volete. Essi vogliono. Okay? Perfect. Then we have, if you remember, the verbs that end with ire. So this table is a recap about the desinences. Once again, if you need more time, just pause the video. Okay? Perfect. Dire. Dire is a verb belonging to the ire group, and it means to say, to tell. And it's irregular. So, io dico, tu dici, lui, lei dice, noi diciamo, voi dite, essi dicono. Okay? Perfect. So let's do a small exercise, un esercizio. Once again, as we have done in lesson 9, what you have to do is to translate the verbs into Italian. Okay? I'm quickly gonna read them in English so that you can have an overview, and then just pause the video to take your time to complete the exercise. Okay? I know. He says. They want. You know. We eat. She gives. I put. Okay, so now it's time to do the exercise. Just pause the video, and because I'm going to review the solutions now. So, I know, so. He says, dice. They want, vogliono. You know, conosci. We eat, mangiamo. she gives, dà. Did you remember the accent here? I put metto. Great. Perfect. So let's do another exercise. Okay, that's the very same idea. So you just need to translate the verbs. Once again, I'm going to read them all first. They know, you'll say, I want, we know, you eat, I give, she puts. Perfect. Now time to pause the video and do the exercise. Okay? See you in a bit. So here's the solution. They know, sanno. You'll say, dite. I want, voglio. We know, conosciamo. You eat, mangi. I give, do. She puts, mette. Did you make any mistakes? If you did, just try this exercise one more time, okay? Or try to review the conjugation of the verbs. Perfect. Very good. So let's review the few new verbs we have done today. As usual, repeat right after me, please. Sapere, conoscere, mettere, dire, volere, dare, mangiare. Perfect. Great. So how was this lesson? Was it a little bit easier than the previous ones? In either case, complimenti. Congratulations. You have just finished your 10th Italian lesson. We are halfway in course 1. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners, lesson 11, course 1. I'm your Italian teacher, Claudia, and I'm very happy to start this new lesson with you today. It's about reviewing lesson 1. I know that reviewing might seem a little bit boring, but it's very important because that's how you consolidate your knowledge. So that's very important. It's fundamental when learning a new language. So if you remember, lesson 1 was all about greetings, saluti, in Italian. So let's start to review those greetings. Hello is ciao. Ciao. Perfect. So then we did how to introduce yourself. Do you remember we have 2 options as in English? The first one is to use the verb to be. And now we have even done the conjugation of the verb to be. So I am Claudia, sono Claudia. Sono Claudia. Perfect. And then the other option is to say my name is Claudia. So, in Italian, that would be mi chiamo Claudia. Mi chiamo Claudia. Always remember that CH in Italian always corresponds to the sound K. Not ch, but K. Great. Perfect. So, this is something new, but it's very important as well. So, how to express your nationality? As in English, we just use the verb to be, and now you're able to use it. So, I am Italian, in my case, sono italiana. Why did I say italiana? Because I'm a woman. If I were a man, I would have said sono italiano. Okay? Italiana, women. Italiano, man. Okay? Perfect. Then, another version to express your name is my name is. My name is Claudia, for example, in Italian is il mio nome è Claudia. Il mio nome è Claudia. Okay, my name is Claudia. That's another version. Then, how to ask someone else's name. What is your name? Is come ti chiami? Do you remember this question? Come ti chiami? That literally means how do you call yourself? Okay, perfect. Another possibility is to ask what is your name? Qual è il tuo nome? Qual è il tuo nome? This question is not really common, but it can become useful. So it's always useful to know it. Nice to meet you. Do you remember? It's either piacere di conoscerti or just piacere. Piacere di conoscerti, piacere. Perfect. Very good. So let's do a mini dialogue. So once again, I'm going to read the sentences you see here, and what you have to do is to reply. I always remind you that if you need more time, just pause the video when it's your turn. Okay? Let's do it. Ciao! Qual è il tuo nome? Il mio nome è Claudia. Piacere. Okay, great. So how did you do? Did your sentences look like these ones? If yes, great job. If not, try to understand where you made the mistakes and why you did it. Okay, and try this dialogue to fill this dialogue one more time. Okay, so let's move to the other greetings we have done in lesson 1. First of all, good morning. Buongiorno. Buongiorno. Good afternoon is buon pomeriggio. Buon pomeriggio. Good evening, buonasera. Buonasera. And finally, good night is buonanotte. Buonanotte. Perfect. Very good. Then, do you remember how to ask, how are you? So, do you remember that you have 2 options? So, the first one is, come stai? Come stai? Remember that in Italian, in this case, we use the verb to stay, stare. Perfect. Very good. And then the other option is, how is it going? What's up? Come va? Come va? Very good. And then you can reply, good, bene. Good is bene. And you? Do you remember the difference between e tu and e lei? So tu corresponds to the subject pronoun you, while lei corresponds to the subject pronoun she. And we use she when talking to someone that we don't know, someone that is older than us, someone that is in a higher position than us, like our boss, for example. It's just a way to be more respectful and more polite as well. Okay, great. So let's do another mini dialogue. Once again, I will start reading the sentences and you will have to reply. If you need more time to reply, just pause the video. Okay? Let's start. Ciao, buonasera. Come va? Bene, grazie. Okay, so how was it? Did your sentences look like these ones? If yes, great job. Okay, if not, try this exercise one more time. Perfect, great. So then, do you remember how to say goodbye? Do you remember that we have 2 possibilities? Ciao, so you use ciao both when you're coming and when you're leaving. So as hello and goodbye as well. But it's a friendly way to say goodbye. The other option is arrivederci. Arrivederci. That is a little bit more polite and formal. Okay? Perfect. See you later is a dopo. A dopo. Very good. And then let's review all these expressions from lesson 1. So the new ones. Let's see the new ones, okay? And some of the most tricky one. So, how to express nationality? Sono italiana. For example, if you're American and you're a man, you would say sono americano. If you're American and you're a woman, you would say sono americana. Okay? Perfect. Il mio nome è Claudia. Qual è il tuo nome? Come va? People, I don't know why, but always forget about this possibility of come va. It's very common, actually. It's even more common than come stai. Come stai is a little more intimate, actually. I would say that to a close friend, for example, but if I meet a friend, I would probably say come va. Okay? And then they reply, bene, e tu? E lei? Very good. Perfect. So complimenti, congratulations. We have just finished lesson 11. So we have finished reviewing lesson 1. Great job. I'm very proud of your progress. Have a great day. Ciao. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners. Lesson 12, Curse 1. I'm your Italian teacher Claudia and I'm very happy to virtually see you here again with me today. It's going to be about reviewing lesson 2. As I have already mentioned, reviewing can be a little bit boring, but at the same time, it's very important to consolidate what you have previously learned. So if you remember, lesson 2 was about manners, buone maniere in Italian. So let's start with the first one. How to say please. Please in Italian is per favore. Per favore. Okay, as usual, please repeat right after me. Pronunciation is very important. Grazie mille. That literally means thank you 1,000 times. Perfect. Very good. Then, once you thank, the other person is going to answer you're welcome. You have two options. The first one, that is also the most common one, is prego. Prego. And the other one is di niente. Di niente. Okay, perfect. Very good. Then we have, do you remember all the different ways to say I'm sorry in Italian? So the first one, I'm sorry, is mi dispiace. Mi dispiace. And this is truly I'm sorry in English. Then you have several versions. I know it sounds scary now that you see it on screen, but we have several options to say excuse me. But actually it's very simple. So to say excuse me, first of all, you can either say scusa or scusami. And this is the friendly way to excuse yourself. For example, to a friend, to a member of your family, scusa, scusami. The difference between scusa and scusami is that scusami is literally excuse me. Okay? And scusa is kind of a short version. You can use both of them, okay? You can choose. There is no actual difference when you're talking. And then you have the other options. Scusi, mi scusi. And that's the very same thing. Basically, here you're being polite. So, for example, you're apologizing to someone that you don't know, someone that you respect, someone that is older than you, someone that is in a higher position than you, for example, your boss. So, if you're apologizing to some of these people, you are going to say scusi or mi scusi. Once again, mi scusi is literally excuse me, okay? While scusi is the short version. You can choose among the both of them. So you can either say scusi or mi scusi. There is no actual difference. Okay? Is it clear? Perfect. So let's do some exercises, okay? Where I'm going to provide you with some contexts and you will have to choose what to use. If you have to use mi dispiace, if you have to use scusa, if you have to use scusi, or you can also choose like between scusami and mi scusi. Okay? Perfect. So let's try. I'm going to read the context and I'll leave you a few seconds to choose the right manner. Okay? So, for example, you're walking down the street and accidentally bump into a stranger. What do you say? Yes, you say scusi. or mi scusi. Okay, it's the same thing. The important thing is that you choose between scusi and mi scusi, because as specified, it's about a stranger. So you don't know this person, so you have to be polite. Okay, perfect. Then, another context. You're having a conversation with someone and you want to interject. What do you say? Yes, you say scusa, assuming that you know the person you're having a conversation with. For example, it's a friend, okay? You're in a group of friends and you want to interject. Or maybe if you're in a meeting, in a professional meeting at your work, and you don't know the people you're interjecting with, then in that case, you can say scusi, okay? It really depends on who you're talking to. Perfect. Then, another context. So you're walking in your house and accidentally step on your dog's tail. What do you say? Yes, you say mi dispiace. Do you remember actually the difference between mi dispiace and scusa? It's actually as in English, so you use mi dispiace, I'm sorry, when you're regretting something that has happened. Okay? In this case, stepping on your dog's tail. Okay? Perfect. Then, another one. So, for example, you're in a store and need the clerk's help to find something. To get his attention, what do you say? Yes, you say scusi because you don't know the clerk. Or maybe if the clerk is one of your friends, then you can say scusa. Okay? In this case, you can also have chosen like mi scusi. Okay? Just to be polite. Perfect. Then, if you remember, in lesson 2, we had learned also some kinds of foods. The first one is coffee. Il caffè. Il caffè. Always remember the accent, okay? And it's a masculine word. Then, the water. The water is l'acqua. L'acqua. And it's a feminine word. Then we have the beer, la birra, la birra, and it's a feminine word. Then, do you remember how to say, can you bring me in Italian? Yes, that's mi può portare. Mi può portare. Perfect. And then, this is something new. So how, for example, if a waiter comes at your table and asks you, what do you prefer to drink or to eat, for example? To say I take or I'll take, you use the verb prendere. Prendo, for example, prendo l'acqua. I'll take the water. Prendo. Perfect. Very good. So here we have an exercise. It's a mini dialogue. Okay? The context is, I'm going to be the waiter and you are going to be my customer. Okay? So what you have to do is to reply, or in this case, you need also to start the conversation. Okay? Just use the words and expressions we have learned and reviewed today. Okay? I'll leave you a few seconds to start this dialogue, but of course, if you need more time, just pause the video, take your time, and then resume it. Okay? Let's do it. Sì? Sì, certo. Prego. So how did you do? Did your sentences look like these ones? These are just some examples, okay? But normally you would have started this conversation by saying, excuse me, to the waiter. Me, in this case. I would have said, yes, sì. Then you would have told me what you want to drink. For example, prendo un'acqua, prendo una birra, prendo un caffè, per favore. You add per favore, please, just to be polite. I'm going to answer sì, certo, yes, of course. You're gonna thank me and I'm going to say you're welcome. Prego. How did you do it? If you made some mistakes, no problem. Just try this mini dialogue one more time. Okay? Perfect. So let's review the new things we have seen today. The first one is how to say I take, I'll take. Prendo. And then you have all the ways to apologize, to say excuse me. So scusa, scusami, to excuse yourself in a friendly way. Or scusi, mi scusi. When you're apologizing, you're excusing yourself with someone that you don't know, someone that is older than you, and so on, to be polite. Okay, very good. In any case, complimenti, congratulations. You have just finished your 12th Italian lesson, and I'm very proud of your progress. I'm looking forward to continuing this journey with you, and have a great day. Grazie. Ciao. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners, Lesson 13, Course 1. I'm your Italian teacher, Claudia, and I'm very happy to virtually see you here again for another class. So today's lesson is about reviewing Lesson 3. Okay? Perfect. If you remember, Lesson 3 was all about numbers. As usual, we're going to review the numbers and then we're going to add some new things, okay, to make things more dynamic. So let's start with the numbers from 0 to 9. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. Very good. And then we're going to do the numbers from 10 to 19. Do you remember that this is the hardest part? This is the hardest part until 20. Then it becomes pretty automatic. So let's start with 10. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and finally 19. 19. Okay? Very good. Then we have the number from 20, 20 to 29. And do you remember how it becomes automatic? So 20, 21, 22, literally 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Perfect. Then we have the numbers from 30 to 39. So 30, 31, 32, 33, and then leave you continuing it until 39. For example, 38, 38. Okay, 39, 39. It's really automatic as in English. Then we have the numbers from 40, 40, 40 with a Q, do you remember? To 49. Once again, automatic. 45, 45. 42, 42. 49, 49. Okay? If you want to review and repeat all the numbers, try to pause the video and to repeat them all. Okay? That's a good exercise. Then we have the numbers from 50, 50, 50 to 59, 59. Once again, for example, 52, 52, 55, 55, 57, 57. Easy, isn't it? Then the numbers from 60 to 69. 60 is 60. 60. 61, 61. 63, 63. 66, 66. 69, 69. Okay, is everything clear? I think it's pretty easy. Then we have the numbers from 70, 70 with 2T, 70, to 79, 79, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, and so on. Okay? 80 to 89. 80 is 80. 80. 89, 89. 84, 84. 87, 87. Okay? Perfect. And finally, we have the numbers from 90 to 100. 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, and finally 100. 100. Okay, very good. Did you remember all the numbers? Or did you need this review? So let's start with something new. And then, after 100, easy. 101. 101. 101. Is it clear? For example, 110, 110. So it really is automatic. Then we have 200s. 200s is 200. 200s. That literally means 200s. Okay? 300s, once again, automatic. 300. 300. Perfect. 400s. 400. Okay? The only difference is that hundreds, so 100, in this case, in Italian is uncountable. Okay, so you always keep 100. You don't change it. 500s, 500. 587, 587. Okay, it really is automatic. 600s, 600. 600. 600s. 700s, 700. 700. Okay. 722, 722. Okay? As a good exercise, try to pick random numbers and try to translate them into Italian. That's a very good exercise. 800s, 800. Okay? 800. Perfect. 900s, 900. 900. 999, 999. As an example. Okay? Perfect. Very good. And finally, we have 1000. We have already seen this number before. Do you remember how to say thank you very much? Yes, that is grazie mille. Because that literally means thank you 1,000 times. So, 1000 in Italian is mille. Mille. Perfect. Very good. Awesome. So, complimenti. Congratulations. You have just finished this new lesson. Now it's time to practice and have fun as well with some numbers. Okay? Try to do as I suggest. Pick random numbers in English and try to translate them into Italian. So, I'm looking forward to starting a new lesson with you and a presto. Grazie. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners, Lesson 14, Curse 1. I'm your Italian teacher Claudia and I'm very happy to start this new lesson today. It's about reviewing Lesson 4. Do you remember what we did in Lesson 4? We actually did the colors and some objects. So as usual, during these reviewing lessons, what we're going to do is to review what we have previously done and do some new things as well. Okay, ready? Let's do it. So let's start with the colors. Do you remember that you can have several options for the colors because you need to match the noun. So you need to pick between the masculine and the feminine form. Blue, for example, blu in Italian is always blue. It never changes. Okay, perfect. Blu. Here it's all a matter of pronunciation. Blue, Italian, blu. Okay, perfect. Then we have red. Red can be either rosso, masculine, or rossa, feminine. Rosso, rossa. Okay, perfect. Then we have yellow. Yellow can be either giallo, giallo, masculine, or gialla, feminine. Okay, giallo, gialla. Then we have green. Green is always, no matter what, verde. Verde. Perfect. Then we have brown. Brown is always marrone. Marrone. It never changes as well. Then we have purple. Purple in Italian is viola. Viola. And it never changes as well. Okay? Pink. Pink in Italian is rosa. It might recall you, like it might remind you of the flower, the rose, and actually, in Italian it's actually the same name. Rosa, the color, rosa, the flower. Okay? Perfect. Then we have black. With black, you have the two options. So, nero, masculine, nera, feminine. Nero, nera. Great. Then we have white. Once again, two options. Bianco, masculine. Bianca, feminine. Bianco, bianca. Perfect. And then we have gray. Once again, you have the masculine and the feminine form. So, grigio, masculine. Grigio, grigia, feminine. Grigio, grigia. Perfect. Very good. Awesome. So then we have orange. Orange in Italian never changes and is arancione. Arancione. And watch out, the fruit, the orange, in Italian is not arancione. Okay, it's a different word. Arancione. Orange, the fruit, is arancia. So they're similar, but not really the same, okay, as in English. Great. So let's do our first exercise. So this exercise is a little bit easier, we can say. So what you need to do is actually to look at the colors and write or say out loud the colors in Italian. Okay? So what I suggest you to do is to pause the video, take your time to say out loud or write all the colors in Italian, and then resume it. Okay? Because I'm going to reveal the solutions in a bit. Okay? Perfect. Time to pause the video. And let's see the solutions. So the solutions are blu, rosso. By default, you can actually choose when describing, like in this case, the masculine form. Okay? It's not really needed to say rosso, rossa, for example. In this case, it's just easier to choose one of the forms. Giallo, verde, marrone, viola, rosa, nero, bianco, grigio, and finally arancione. How did you do? Did you make any mistake? And that is all for the moment about the colors. So let's review the objects we had already learned and let's add some new ones. For example, the table. The table is il tavolo in Italian. Il tavolo. So it's masculine. Okay? Then we have the backpack. This is something new. Okay, the backpack in Italian is lo zaino. Lo zaino. And it's masculine. Okay? Very good. Then we have the chair. The chair, la sedia. La sedia. And it's feminine. Okay? Perfect. Then we have the bed. The bed, a very important object in our houses, is il letto. Il letto. Masculine. Okay? Perfect. The bag, la borsa. La borsa. And it's feminine. The sofa or the couch, this is new, is il divano. Il divano. Masculine. Okay? Perfect. The book, il libro. Il libro. Masculine. The paper, this is new, la carta. La carta. Feminine. Okay, perfect. The mirror, lo specchio. Lo specchio. So you have two C's and the H. The sound that corresponds to C, H, I, in this case, is always K. It's never ch, as in English, okay? It's always K. It's a harsh sound. And then we have the door. The door is la porta. La porta. Feminine. Okay? Perfect. The pen, this is similar. La penna. La penna. Feminine. And do you remember all the possibilities you have to say a in Italian? So if you remember, so you have two options for feminine words and two options for masculine words. So the masculine options are un, uno. If you remember, un is way more common. And you actually use uno as the number one, for example, for words that begin with PS, PT, Z. So it's really less common. And then for the feminine words, you have either una or un, but with an apostrophe. What is the difference? You actually use un with an apostrophe just in front of the words, of the feminine words that begin with a vocal. Okay? That's pretty easy. It's easier actually with the female ones than with the masculine ones. Okay, great. So let's do one last exercise. So here we are actually combining the objects we have learned with the colors. So what you have to do is to write or say out loud the colors in Italian, but you have to pay attention to the form. So for example, if you have a masculine word or a feminine one, okay? So once again, I suggest to pause the video, take your time to do the exercise, and then resume it. Okay? Perfect. Let's do it. Time to start. And here we have the solutions. So I'm going to read the solutions. For example, la carta rossa. So you use rossa because carta is a feminine word. Lo zaino nero. You choose nero because zaino, the backpack, is a masculine word. Then you have una penna rosa. Rosa never changes. Una porta gialla. Gialla because porta, the door, is a feminine word. Il divano blu. Blue never changes. Il letto verde. And verde never changes as well. How did you do it? Did you make any mistakes? If yes, try this exercise one more time. Okay? And now let's review all the new words of today's lesson. As usual, please repeat right after me. Lo zaino, il letto, il divano, la carta, la porta. Perfect. Very good. Great job, guys. So complimenti. Congratulations. You have just finished this new lesson and I'm very proud of your progress. Keep on the good work. Grazie. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners, Lesson 15, Curse 1. I'm your Italian teacher, Claudia, and I'm very happy to see you here again for a new lesson with me. This lesson is about reviewing Lesson 5. If you remember, Lesson 5 was all about food, okay? And as usual, we're going to review the things we have already done, and we're going to do some new things as well. So let's start with some food, with the food. Il cibo. Il cibo. Perfect. Then we have the bread. The bread is il pane. Il pane. Perfect. The rice, il riso. Il riso. The egg, l'uovo. L'uovo. It would be lo uovo, but as the words start with a vocal, then you delete the O and you put an apostrophe. L'uovo. Perfect. The meat, la carne. La carne. Great. The pork, il maiale. Il maiale. Very good. The chicken, il pollo. Il pollo. Always remember to learn and review these words with the article as well, because that's how you know if the word is masculine or feminine, okay? And as we have seen with the colors, that's a pretty important information. The beef, la carne di manzo, pretty long. La carne di manzo. Perfect. The fish, il pesce. Il pesce. Perfect. The vegetables, la verdura. La verdura. Perfect. The lettuce, la lattuga. La lattuga. Perfect. The onion, la cipolla. La cipolla. Very good. The garlic, l'aglio. Here we have the difficult sound L, G-L-I, L. L'aglio, masculine. It would be lo aglio, but as we have seen before, as the word starts with a vocal, you delete the O and you put an apostrophe. L'aglio, masculine. The pepper, il peperone. Il peperone. Very good. The carrot, la carota. La carota, feminine. The tomato, il pomodoro. Il pomodoro. Very good. The fruit, la frutta. La frutta. Very good. The apple, talking about fruit, la mela. La mela. Great. The banana, if you remember here, is just a matter of pronunciation. So the banana becomes la banana. La banana. Perfect. The pineapple, l'ananas. L'ananas, masculine. It will be lo ananas. Okay? The strawberry, la fragola. La fragola, feminine. The grape, l'uva. L'uva. And it's feminine. It would be la uva, but as we have seen before, as the word starts with a vocal, then you delete the A and you put an apostrophe. L'uva. The drink, la bibita. La bibita. Very good. The milk, il latte. Il latte. Perfect. The tea, il tè. Il tè. And remember the accent, because it's the accent that actually gives the sound E to the E. Without the accent, it would be il te. But with the accent, it becomes il te. Do you hear the difference? Te without the accent, te with an accent. Perfect. The sugar, lo zucchero. Lo zucchero. Perfect. The honey, il miele. Il miele. Very good. And now, let's do a new category, the cutlery. In Italian, that is le posate. Le posate. So it's plural. It's always plural. And le is an article for feminine plural words. The fork, la forchetta. La forchetta. The knife, il coltello. Il coltello. Very good. The spoon, il cucchiaio. That might sound difficult. Il cucchiaio. Masculine. And then you have a word to say plate or dish as well. Il piatto. Il piatto. Fun enough, just piatto is also an adjective. And piatto, as an adjective, means flat. Then we have the bowl, la ciotola. La ciotola. Perfect. So do you remember how to say I want in Italian? We've actually also done the conjugation of the verb volere, if you remember. So I want literally would be voglio. Voglio. But if you remember, we said that it's always more polite to use I'd like as in English. So vorrei. Vorrei. Perfect. Very good. And then this is new. How to say I need something. I need something in Italian is ho bisogno di. Ho bisogno di. So you actually need the verb to have. This sentence literally means I have need of. That's the literal translation. Okay? And that's how you use it. For example, they need something, hanno bisogno di. So you, as in English, you need to conjugate. Okay? Perfect. Very good. And then the last word is with. With, in Italian, if you remember, is con. Con. Very good. So let's do an exercise. We have already done an exercise like this one. So what you have to do is to replace the red words with some of the words we have done today. So here you have the category and basically you have to choose one word. Okay? So if you need more time, just pause the video and take your time to do the exercise because I'm going to reveal the solutions. I mean, like some examples of solutions because there is no just one solution, of course. Okay, time to pause the video and do the exercise. And here are the solutions. For example, first sentence. Vorrei riso con uovo e cipolla. I'd like some rice with an egg and onion. Example of the second sentence. Vorrei fragole e tè con zucchero. I'd like strawberries and tea with sugar. Okay? And then you have a lot of options for the last sentence. Ho bisogno di un cucchiaio, ho bisogno di un coltello, ho bisogno di un piatto, ho bisogno di una forchetta, for example. Just remember to pick the right article. Okay? So, one of the two options for masculine words, and una for the feminine ones, as a. Okay, I need a spoon, I need a fork. In English, there is no difference. In Italian, unfortunately, there is a difference. Okay? Perfect. So if you had made some mistakes, just try this exercise one more time. Try to change the words you used, for example. Okay? Great. And now let's review the new words of today's lesson. Le posate, la forchetta, il coltello, il cucchiaio, il piatto, la ciotola, ho bisogno di. I know it's tempting in English not to use the verb to have when saying I need something because you literally translate from the English language, but in Italian it's really necessary. So you always need to use the verb to have as well. Ho bisogno di. Okay? Perfect, you did it. We have just finished today's lesson. So, complimenti, congratulations. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners. Lesson 16, Course 1. I'm your Italian teacher Claudia and I'm looking forward to starting this new lesson with you today. This lesson is about reviewing both Lesson 7 and Lesson 8 together. So it's going to be quite intense. If you remember, Lesson 7 was more about the animals and Lesson 8 was the first lesson about the verb conjugations. Okay, let's start. So, Lesson 7, as I mentioned, was about the animals. Gli animali. Gli animali. Gli is a masculine article for plural nouns. Okay? Great. The cat, il gatto. Il gatto. The dog, il cane. Il cane, masculine. The bird, l'uccello. So here, as we have seen before, the article would be lo, but as the word starts with a vocal, then it becomes L with an apostrophe. The elephant, l'elefante, same thing here, lo elefante, so l'elefante. The lion, il leone. Il leone. The bear, l'orso. Once again, lo orso, so l'orso, masculine. The horse, il cavallo. Il cavallo. Perfect. The tiger, la tigre. La tigre, feminine. Perfect. The bull, il toro. Il toro. Great. The turtle, la tartaruga. Did you remember this long word? La tartaruga. Perfect. The pig, il maiale. Il maiale. The cow, la mucca. La mucca. Perfect. The sheep, la pecora. La pecora. So it's a feminine word. The duck, quite similar, I have to admit. La papera. So la pecora, the sheep. La papera, the duck. Okay? And then let's start with the verbs. So the first verbs we have done. Correre, to run. To walk is camminare. To jump, saltare. Saltare. And then do you remember the first adverbs we have done? Fast, velocemente. Velocemente. And remember that this is just the adverb. If you use fast as an adjective, then you need to use veloce and not velocemente. Velocemente is the adverb. Same thing here. Slowly, adverb, lentamente. Lentamente. If you want to use slow as an adjective, then you have once again two options. Lento, masculine form. lenta, feminine form. Is it clear? Great. So then let's add a new one, high. High, as an adverb, is in alto. In alto. Great. And if you want to use as an adjective, then once again you have the two options. So you have alto, masculine form, alta, feminine form. And use alto, alta also for tall. Okay. Great. So let's do an exercise. We have already done an exercise like this one. So what you have to do is just to use a verb, and you need to conjugate it. So it's kind of a spoiler of what we're going to review next. And then you have to use an adverb as well, referring to those animals. So once again, I suggest to pause the video, take your time to do the exercise, and then resume it when you're ready. Okay? Perfect. Time to start the exercise. And here are some possible solutions. For example, il cavallo corre velocemente. The horse runs fast. Il maiale cammina lentamente. The pig walks slowly. La tigre salta in alto. The tiger jumps high. Okay? Perfect. Great. So, let's start resuming and reviewing lesson 8. If you remember, it was all about verbs. It was quite intense, actually. But let's start with a word that is very familiar, and that's exercise. Esercizio. Esercizio. Perfect. So to do exercise is fare esercizio. Fare esercizio. Great. To swim, nuotare. Nuotare. To dance, ballare. Ballare. To ride a bike, andare in bicicletta. That literally means to go on a bike. And remember that you can also use the short version, andare in bici. To play, giocare. Giocare. To sweat, sudare. Then do you remember how to say I like or I don't like? So, well, to say I like, you have once again two possibilities. The first one is mi piace. If there is just one thing that you like, mi piace la pizza, for example. Mi piacciono is another version, and you use it when there are several things that you like. For example, mi piacciono gli animali. I like animals. Okay? So it really depends on what you like. If it's just one thing or more than one thing. Okay? And to say I don't like, what you have to do is just to place non before mi piace or mi piacciono. So I don't like, non mi piace il riso. I don't like rice, for example. Or non mi piacciono gli animali. That's not true, but that's a good example. So no, I don't like animals. Okay? Perfect. Very good. So let's do an exercise. So here what you have to do is just to replace the red word. So, for example, in the first case, it's about animals. In the second case, you have to put a verb. Okay? Pay attention to the differences. Okay? Very good. So I suggest to pause the video and resume it when you're ready. Okay, so how did you do? I'll see you some examples. Mi piacciono gli elefanti. I like elephants. So here you have to use something that is plural because you have mi piacciono. Example of the second sentence, non mi piace sudare. I don't like to sweat. Mi piace il cane. I like the dog. Okay, so here you have mi piace, so you have to like just one thing. Okay, is it clear? Perfect. So here, let's start to talk about conjugation. So do you remember that in Italian we have 3 groups of verbs? So the verbs that end with are, first group, the verbs that end with ere, second group, and the verbs that end with ire, third group. Okay? And they have slightly different conjugations. So to conjugate a verb, do you remember how to do it? So basically you take the verb root, so the part of the verb without are or ere or ire, and you attach the different endings, proper according to the group. So these are all the endings for the verbs that end with are, and that you have to attach to the verb root. Do you remember them all? So let's see one example. Camminare. Camminare is a regular verb. So its conjugation, starting from the verb root, that is cammin, is io cammino, tu cammini, lui, lei cammina, noi camminiamo, voi camminate, essi camminano. Watch out the accent here. Camminano. Great. Another example, saltare, another regular verb. The verb root is salt. Io salto, tu salti, lui, lei salta, noi saltiamo, voi saltate, essi saltano. Great. Another example, nuotare, another regular verb. The verb root is nuot. Io nuoto, tu nuoti, lui, lei nuota, noi nuotiamo, voi nuotate, essi nuotano. Do you remember this verb? Great. Giocare, another regular verb. Verb root, gioc. Io gioco, tu giochi. So here you have a tiny exception, because you really need to put the H. Without the H, the sound would be tu giochi, and you have to preserve the sound of the K. That's why you put an H. Tu giochi, lui, lei gioca, noi giochiamo, same thing here. Without the H, it would be giociamo. That doesn't work. Voi giocate, essi giocano. Okay, great. Fare. Fare is irregular. Io faccio, tu fai, lui, lei fa, noi facciamo, voi fate, essi fanno. Two ends, okay? Great. And these are all the desinences for the verbs of the second group, so the verbs that end with ere. If you remember, there are just some slight differences. So look at the tables to see all the endings. Did you remember them all? Let's see one practical example. Correre. Correre is regular, so the verb root is corr. Io corro, tu corri, lui, lei corre, noi corriamo, voi correte, essi corrono. Great. Perfect. So we're gonna do a review of the verb that end with the verbs that end with ire in the next lesson. Okay. So the new things we have seen today is the adverb high, in alto, and how to say I like in the two possible ways. So mi piace, mi piacciono, singular and plural. And if you want to say I don't like, you just have to place non. Non mi piace, non mi piacciono. Okay? Great. That was an intense lesson, but you did a great job. Complimenti. Congratulations. I'm looking forward to starting a new lesson with you. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners, Lesson 17, Course 1. I'm your Italian teacher, Claudia, and I'm very happy to start this new lesson with you today. So today's lesson is about reviewing lessons 9 and 10. If you remember, there were lessons mainly about verbs and conjugation. So let's start with some verbs. to be, essere. Essere. To have, avere. Avere. Then we have to go, andare. Andare. To be able to, can, potere. Potere. Fun enough, potere can mean also power. To talk or to speak, parlare. Parlare. Great. To see, vedere. Vedere. So here you have a recap of all the endings for the verbs, for the conjugation, of the verbs of the first group. So the verbs that end with are. Give it a look, pause the video if you need a little bit more time because we're going to see some practical examples. Parlare. Parlare is a regular verb. I remind you it means to speak or to talk. Io parlo. Tu parli. Lui, lei parla. Noi parliamo. Voi parlate. Essi parlano. Okay, super regular. No exceptions. Then we have andare. Andare is irregular. So even if the verb root is and, remember the verb root is the first part of the verb. So the verb without are. Io vado. Tu vai. Lui, lei va. Then the verb becomes regular. Noi andiamo. Voi andate. And then it becomes irregular again. Essi vanno. Is it clear? Perfect. Then here we have the verbs of the second group. So the verbs that end with ere. Once again, if you need some time to review all the endings, just pause the video. Okay? So the first example is essere, to be. The verb to be, as in all languages, is always irregular. So, io sono, tu sei, lui, lei è, with an accent. Always remember to put the accent because e, in Italian, without the accent means and. So there is quite a difference. Noi siamo, voi siete, essi sono. Perfect. Then we have avere. Once again, avere is irregular. Io ho, tu hai, lui, lei ha, noi abbiamo, voi avete, essi hanno. So always remember to put the H for I, you, he, she, they. Okay? For example, hanno without the H means ear in Italian. Okay. Then we have potere. Potere is to be able to, can. Once again, is an irregular verb. So its conjugation is io posso, tu puoi, lui, lei può, with an accent, noi possiamo, voi potete, essi possono. Great. Then we have vedere. Vedere is regular. Okay, so no exception. So you take the verb root, ved, and you attach the endings. So io vedo, tu vedi, lui, lei vede, noi vediamo, voi vedete, essi vedono. Okay? Perfect. Then let's add all the verbs of lesson 10. To give, dare. Dare. To eat, mangiare. Mangiare. Perfect. To know, sapere. Sapere. To know, once again, is conoscere. Do you remember the difference between sapere and conoscere? Sapere is more a practical knowledge. Okay? Conoscere can be used for people. For example, I know your friend. Conosco il tuo amico. Or it can also be used for theoretical knowledges. For example, I know French. Conosco il francese. Okay? Perfect. To put, mettere. Mettere. To want, volere. Volere. To say or to tell, dire. Dire. Great. So let's see the conjugation of these verbs. First of all, mangiare. Mangiare is a regular verb. So you take the verb root, mangi, and you attach the endings. Io mangio, tu mangi, lui, lei mangia, noi mangiamo, voi mangiate, essi mangiano. Watch out the accent here, mangiano. Okay? Perfect. Then we have dare. Dare is irregular. Io do, as the note. Tu dai. Lui, lei dà, with an accent. Noi diamo. Voi date. Essi danno. Fun enough, danno, written exactly in the very same way and pronounced in the very same way, means also damage. Then we have conoscere. Conoscere, so a verb of the second group that ends with ere, is regular. So you take the verb root, conosce, and you attach the endings. Io conosco, tu conosci. So you see how the sound changes here. So the first sound for SC is sh. For you, the sound becomes S, C, I, she. Lui, lei conosce. Noi conosciamo. Voi conoscete. Essi conoscono. So the sound becomes hard once again. Conoscono. Perfect. Then we have sapere. Sapere is irregular. Io so. Tu sai. Lui, lei sa. Noi sappiamo. Voi sapete. Essi sanno. Perfect. Mettere. Mettere is regular. So, io metto. Tu metti. Lui, lei mette. Noi mettiamo. Voi mettete. Essi mettono. To put. Okay? Perfect. Then we have volere. Volere is irregular. As you can guess, io voglio. Tu vuoi. Lui, lei vuole. Noi vogliamo. Voi volete. Essi vogliono. Okay? Perfect. Then we have the verbs that end with ire. So I have put the table here because we haven't seen verbs that end with ire yet in our reviewing activities. So this is the table about the endings. So if you need more time to review them, just pause the video. Okay? We're going to do one practical example. The verb dire. Dire is irregular. Io dico. Tu dici. Lui, lei dice. Noi diciamo. Voi dite. Essi dicono. Okay? Perfect. Did you remember all these verbs? That's why reviewing is very important. In either case, complimenti, congratulations, you have just finished reviewing our past lessons. I'm looking forward to starting a new lesson with you as soon as possible and have a great day. Benvenuti! Welcome to Italian for Beginners, Lesson 18, Course 1. I'm your Italian teacher Claudia and I'm very happy to start this new lesson today. So, Today's lesson is about something completely new. We're going to talk about the dates. Le date in Italian. Le date. Le is an article, is a feminine and plural article. Le date. And it's the only plural feminine one. Okay? Great. So let's start. For example, the week. La settimana. La settimana. Perfect. The days of the week. I giorni della settimana. The days of the week. Della is of the. Okay? Perfect. Then we have the first day of the week. So Monday. Monday is lunedì with an accent at the end. Lunedì. Tuesday, martedì. So you still have the accent. Martedì. Wednesday, mercoledì. Mercoledì. Thursday, giovedì. Giovedì. Perfect. Friday, venerdì. Venerdì. Great. Saturday, sabato. No accent here. Sabato. And finally, Sunday. Sunday is domenica. Domenica. Maybe our favorite day of the week. So, okay, perfect. So let's start with the months then. The months, I mesi. I mesi. I is a masculine plural article, and it's actually the plural form of the masculine singular article il. Il becomes I in plural. Okay? I mesi. The months. Perfect. So let's start from January. January, gennaio. Gennaio. Also, if you want to say in January, for example, the preposition that you have to use in Italian is not in, but a. So the simple letter A in English. In January, a gennaio. February, febbraio. Febbraio. In February, a febbraio. Okay? That applies to all months. March, marzo. Marzo. So letter Z has the sound S. Marzo. April, aprile. That is easy. Aprile. Watch out the accent. Aprile. May, maggio. Maggio. In May, a maggio. Okay? Always the same. June, giugno. Giugno. So G and O has this sound gno. Giugno. July, luglio. Luglio. Perfect. August, agosto. Agosto. September, settembre. Now you have the start of the easy part of the months because they are very similar to the English ones. Settembre. October, ottobre. Ottobre. November, novembre. Novembre. So basically you just switch R and E in English. But then the pronunciation is a little bit different, of course. And December, dicembre. Dicembre. Great. Perfect. The year. The year, l'anno. If you remember, I anticipated that in last lesson. We were talking about the verb to have. They have is lo essi hanno, but with an H. That's the great difference. L'anno. Anno is a masculine word, so its article is lo. But as the word starts with a vocal, then you delete the O and you put an apostrophe. L'anno. Okay, so let's do a small exercise. What you will have to do is just to write or say out loud the missing days of the week. Okay? So just pause the video and take your time to complete the exercise, because I'm going to reveal the solutions in a bit. Ready? Time to pause the video. And here are the solutions. So you have, repeat right after me please, lunedì, martedì, mercoledì, giovedì, venerdì, sabato, domenica. How did you do it? Perfect. And now let's do another one. So you will have to do the same thing, but with the months. Okay? So once again, pause the video and take your time to fill the missing months in. Okay? Ready? Start. And here are the solutions. Okay? So the missing months were febbraio, aprile, giugno, agosto, ottobre, dicembre. If you made some mistakes, just try this exercise one more time. Okay? Perfect. So let's review all the new things we have seen in this lesson. As usual, please repeat right after me. Lunedì, martedì, mercoledì, giovedì, venerdì, sabato, domenica, gennaio, febbraio, marzo, aprile, maggio, giugno, luglio, agosto, settembre, ottobre, novembre, dicembre. L'anno, la settimana, il mese, i mesi. The month, the months. Okay? Perfect. Very good. I hope you enjoyed these new lessons, and complimenti, congratulations, you have just finished this new lesson. We're very close to the end of course 1. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners, lesson 19, course 1. I'm your Italian teacher Claudia, and I'm very happy to start this new lesson today. We're going to talk about time, il tempo. So for example, what if you want to ask, what time is it? What time is it in Italian is che ore sono? Che ore sono? Perfect. And now let's see some examples. If you want to say it's 1 o'clock, then you say è l'una. È l'una. It is, that literally means actually it is the 1. Okay, we don't use o'clock. È l'una. So we use the verb to be in Italian as well. But then something changes. For example, it's 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock is sono le due. So why do we use sono and not è anymore? Because it's 2. So 2 is more than 1. So you need to use the plural form. Okay? Is it clear? Sono le due. And also, when you're talking about time, the hours, due, una, etc., are always considered as feminine plural words from 2 on. It's 3 o'clock, sono le tre. And that's why we use le. That is a feminine plural article. Sono le tre. It's 4 o'clock, sono le quattro. Okay? So the numbers don't change. It is the article that changes. It's 5 o'clock, sono le cinque. It becomes pretty automatic then. Sono le cinque. It's 6 o'clock. Sono le 6. Sono le 6. And then here, let's start to do something different. For example, it's 7:15. That in Italian is sono le 7:15. Sono le 7:15. So literally that means it's 7:15. So it's 7 o'clock plus a quarter. That makes sense, doesn't it? And how about it's 8:30, for example? To say it's 8:30 in Italian, you say sono le 8:30. Sono le 8:30. And that literally means it's 8.5. Once again, it makes sense if you think about it. Then it's 9:15. Okay? It's 9:15 in Italian is sono le 9:45. That literally means it's 9 o'clock minus a quarter. Okay, is it clear? Sono le 9:45. Perfect. It's 10:20, for example. That is pretty easy. Sono le 10:20. It is 10 and 20. Okay, perfect. Sono le 10:20. It's 10:55. Here you have two options, okay? The most common one is the one that you see now in your screen. Sono le 11:05. Sono le 11:05. So it's 11 minus 5, okay? The other options that you have that is less used, but it works, is sono le 10:55. So it's 10 and 55. Okay? Perfect. Let's do some exercises then. You see you have some clocks. Okay, this is the first one. So what you have to do is to say the hour looking at the clock. Okay? You can write it if you feel more comfortable. You can say it out loud. Okay? It's up to you. So I'm going to leave you a few seconds to tell me the hour, but if you need more time, of course, just pause the video and resume it when you're ready. Okay? So what time is it? Che ore sono? Yes, sono le 3. Sono le 3. Okay? Also, another important thing that I have to tell you about the time in Italy is that we don't use AM and PM. So, for example, sono le 3 could refer to 3 a.m. in the morning or 3 p.m. Normally, you can understand if you're talking about 3 a.m. or p.m. from the context, okay? But if you want to specify, you can say sono le 3, and that would mean sono le 3 in the morning, or you can say sono le 15. Le 15, 3 p.m. Is it clear? Perfect. But normally, as I told you, you don't have to specify because it's pretty obvious from the context. Another example. Che ore sono? Yes. Sono le 7:15. Sono le 7:15. It's 7:15. Sono le 7:15. And I remind you that literally means it's 7 and a quarter. Okay? Great. Another one. Che ore sono? This is a little bit more difficult. È l'1:30. Did you remember to change the verb to be? Because we're talking about one. One is singular, so you use the singular form of the verb to be, è. È l'1:30. It's 1:30. Okay? Or you can also say è l'1:30. It's 1:30. Okay? Or another possibility is if we're talking about 1:30 p.m., okay, you could have said sono le 13, 1 p.m., e 30. Sono le 13:30. But once again, this is less common, okay? Great. Awesome. How are you doing with the time? Is it easy or is it a little bit more difficult? So let's do another exercise. When it comes to time, practice is very important. So, che ore sono? Yes, sono le 5:45. Sono le 5:45. It's 5 minus a quarter. Okay, that's the literal meaning. Or you could have said sono le 4:45. Sono le 4:45. It's 4:45. Okay? Perfect. Very good. So, once again, first of all, complimenti, congratulations for finishing also this lesson. And I might suggest to practice with time. For example, try to look at random times at your clock and try to say the time in Italian. Okay, that's a very good exercise. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners, Lesson 20, Course 1. I'm your Italian teacher, Claudia, and I'm very happy to start our new lesson for Course 1. So today, we're going to talk about the difference in Italian between the verb to be, essere, and the verb to stay, stare. Okay? So let's see the conjugation of the verb stare first. Stare is a verb that belongs to the first group, as it ends with are. Okay? And let's see its conjugation then. Io sto, tu stai, lui, lei sta, noi stiamo, voi state, essi stanno. Okay? Perfect. Then, let's see all the difference. For example, all the situations where you use the verb to be. As we have seen in last lesson, we use the verb to be to talk about time. For example, it's 1 o'clock. È l'una. It's 2 o'clock. Sono le due. Do you remember that you have to change the verb? Because due is more than one. Okay, so it's plural. So you need to use the verb in a plural form. It's 3 o'clock. Sono le tre. It's 4:30. Sono le 4:30. Do you remember how to express time? If you have some doubts, please check the previous lesson. Okay? Then we use the verb to be to talk about the date. For example, it's October 10th. È il 10 ottobre. So here you can also see the differences between how we write and say the date compared to the English way. Okay? So what do we say is it is the 10 October. That it's literal meaning. Okay? È il 10 ottobre. It is the 10 October. Okay? And that's how you always write it or say it. Is June 17th? È il 7 giugno. It's April 21st? È il 21 aprile. Okay? It's pretty clear, actually. It's easier than in English, I'd say. Then, also, you use the verb to be when it comes to the day of the week. For example, it's Monday, è lunedì. It is Monday. Always remember that in Italian we don't use subjects that much. So, for example, when we're writing or when we're talking, we're not always using them. It's Thursday, è giovedì. It's Sunday, è domenica. Okay? Never forget the accent on the verb to be è. Okay? Great. Then, you use the verb to be to talk about origins. For example, in my case, sono italiana. I am Italian. And I'm using italiana because I'm a woman. So, for example, if you are American, you would say, and you're a man, you would say sono americano because you're a man. Okay? Perfect. Then, we use the verb to be to ask the question, where are you from? You have two possibilities for this question. The first one is, di dove sei? Di dove sei? Where are you from? And the other one is, da dove vieni? And this is more, where do you come from? Okay, so we use the verb venire, that is to come. Da dove vieni? Also, you use the verb to be, as we have seen before. For example, she is Spanish. È spagnola. Okay, spagnola, with an A at the end, because she's a woman. We are English. Siamo inglesi. Siamo inglesi. Okay? Perfect. Then, you use the verb to be when talking about religion. For example, he is Jewish, è ebreo. If it was a woman, that would have been è ebrea. Okay? You're Christian, sei cristiano. If we're talking about a man. If we're talking about a woman, sei cristiana. I'm Muslim, sono musulmana. So here, in this case, there is a woman talking. If it was a man, that would have been sono musulmano. Is it clear with the adjectives? She's atheist, è atea. It's a woman. If it was a man, è ateo. With an O at the end, as usual. Okay? Great. Then you use the verb to be also when talking about politics. It's a democratic country, è un paese democratico. È un paese democratico. So also another difference from the English language is that you put the adjective not in front of the word, but after the word itself. I mean, you can put the adjective before the word, but that is a little bit poetic, actually. The president is Republican. Il presidente è repubblicano. Il presidente è repubblicano. Perfect. And then you use the verb to be when talking about materials. For example, the shirt is cotton. La camicia, the shirt, so it's a feminine word in Italian, sorry, è di cotone. La camicia è di cotone. The literal translation of this sentence in English would be, the shirt is of cotton. Okay? That's how you talk about materials in Italian. Great. Then we use the verb to be, as in English, to talk about relationships. She's my mother, è mia madre. È mia madre. He is my brother's friend, è l'amico di mio fratello. È l'amico di mio fratello. And that literally is, he is the friend of my brother. Is it clear? Great. Then We use the verb to be to talk about physical characteristics, as in English. Once again, she is tall, è alta. So you see here, even if we don't have the subject in Italian, we know that we're talking about a woman because it's alta and not alto. Alto would be for a man. We are short, siamo bassi, and that means that either we are a group of all men or we are a group of, 3 men and 1 woman. Okay? If it was a group of all women, then we would have said siamo basse. Okay? Siamo basse. But even if it's a group of 2 and there is a man and a woman, then you have to use the masculine plural form. So, siamo bassi. Okay? Basse is used only when it's all women. Okay? I'm blonde, sono biondo. Sono biondo. So, in this case, I am a man, because I didn't say sono bionda. Great, perfect. Then, we also use the verb to be, as in English, to talk about people's personality. I'm shy, sono timida. And in this case, it is a girl or a woman talking. Sono timida. The boy is outgoing, il ragazzo è estroverso. Il ragazzo è estroverso. Perfect. Then, the verb to be is used also to talk about locations. Once again, as in English. Rome is in Italy. Roma è in Italia. I am at the store. Sono al negozio. My mother is at home. Mia madre è a casa. Okay? Perfect. Then, we use the verb to be also when talking about some specific conditions. For example, I am happy. Sono felice. Sono felice. And watch out, felice never changes. If it's a woman or a man, it doesn't matter. It's always felice. She is sad, è triste. If it was he is sad, that would have been è triste. So the very same thing. The food is cold. Il cibo è freddo. Il cibo è freddo. Freddo because cibo is a masculine word. Okay? Perfect. Then, when do we use the verb stare? Then, to stay. So we use the verb stare to express feelings and for making a progressive tense. Okay, we're gonna talk about it in a bit. So first of all, let's see the feeling situation, okay? Actually, it is used only to express 2 kinds of feeling. I am well and I feel bad. I am well, in Italian, is sto bene. Do you remember the question, how are you? It could be come va or come stai. So in the question, you have the verb to stay. So when you answer, you need to use the verb to stay as well. Sto bene, sto male. I feel bad. Does that make sense? Okay, great. And then, as I mentioned, we use the verb to stay also when making the present progressive. Okay? How do you make that? It's pretty easy, actually. You first have to use the verb to stay instead of the verb to be, as in English, and the verb needs to be conjugated, of course. And then you have to add this tense that is called gerundio in Italian. That is pretty easy. So you actually take the verb root, for example, mangiare, so mangi, and you attach ando for the verbs that end with are, endo for the verbs that end with ere and ire. Okay? For example, I am walking, sto camminando. Walk, to walk is camminare, so it's a verb of the first group. You take the verb root, cammin, and you add ando. And you make the progressive tense by adding the verb to stay. Sto camminando. I am walking. They are jumping. Stanno saltando. saltare, salt, ando. Plus the verb to stay before. My father is running. Mio padre sta correndo. Correre, verb of the second group. You take the verb root, corre, and you add endo. Okay, is it clear? Perfect. This is just an overview. Of course, we're gonna do the progressive tense a little bit better in the next courses. So let's do an exercise. So here what you have to do is just to translate these 4 sentences. So I'm going to read them, and then what you can do is to pause the video and take your time to translate these sentences. And then you can resume the video once you're ready. Okay? First sentence. I am going to. We are seeing. It's 5 o'clock. You are shy. Okay, time to pause the video and do the exercise. And here are the solutions. So, I am going, sto andando. We are seeing, stiamo vedendo. It's 5 o'clock, sono le 5. You are shy, sei timido. But it could have been sei timida as well, because we don't know in this case if it's a woman or a man. Okay? How did you do it? Did you make any mistakes? And then let's do another exercise. So here you just have to fill in the blank spaces. So take your time to read the sentences and to complete the exercise. Pause the video and resume it once you're ready. Okay? Perfect. And here are the solutions. So, for example, first sentence, di dove sei? Or di dove siete? Where are you from? Mio padre sta correndo. My father is running. Roma è in Italia. Rome is in Italy. Did you remember to put the accent? È il 7 giugno. It's June the 7th. Sono le 2. It's 2 o'clock. Mia madre è triste. My mother is sad. How was it? Was it too difficult, maybe? Okay, awesome. So we have finished our 20th and last class. So complimenti, you have just finished course 1. I'm really proud of your progress and I'm looking forward to starting a new course with you. Ciao a tutti di nuovo. Hello everyone. Welcome back to Italian for Beginners. This is lesson 21. So it's our first lesson of the second part of the course we have already started. I'm your Italian teacher, Claudia, and I'm very happy to virtually see you here again for another course, for another journey into the Italian language. So, without further hesitation, let's get started. If you remember, we have finished course 1 explaining the difference between the verb to be and the verb to stay. And we have done some examples of their uses. Let's start with the conjugation. So the verb to stay is stare. So it's a verb that belongs to the first group of Italian verbs. So the ones that end with are. And it's a regular verb. That means that to conjugate the verb, you just have to take the verb root, so the first part of the verb without the ending are or ere or ire, and you have to attach the different endings. So let's do the example of stare. Io sto, tu stai, lui, lei sta, noi stiamo, voi state, essi stanno. Okay? Did you remember the conjugation? And then let's do the conjugation of the verb to be, essere. That is irregular, as in all languages. Io sono. Tu sei. Lui, lei è, with an accent. Noi siamo. Voi siete. Essi sono. Okay? Awesome. So let's start talking about the different uses of the verb to be. We're just reviewing the last lesson we have done in course 1. Okay? So I remind you that we use the verb to be to express time. For example, sono le tre. It's 3 o'clock. Remember to use sono as 3 is plural. Or è l'una e mezzo. It's 1:30. È singular because 1 is singular. Okay? Then we use the verb to be to talk about the dates. For example, oggi è il 10 novembre. Today is November the 10th. Or è martedì. It's Tuesday. Okay? Remember that this is different from the English language. We don't use capital letters for months and the days of the week. Then we have seen how we use the verb to be to talk about your origin. In my case, I'd say sono italiana. I am Italian. Italiana because I'm a woman. For example, è americano. We have said that in Italian we don't use subjects that much. But in this case, we are sure that we're talking about a man because we have americano, not americana. So we're talking about a man. Then we use the verb to be to talk about religion. Sono cristiana, sono cristiano, I'm Christian. Siamo ebrei, we're Jewish. Or to talk about politics. È repubblicano, he's Republican, è democratico, he's democratic. Okay? The verb to be is used also when talking about materials. It's cotton, è di cotone. It's wool, è di lana. We use it to talk about relationships. We're gonna do the family in a few lessons. Sei mia sorella, è mio padre. So, you're my sister, he is my father. Then we use it to talk about physical characteristics. We are tall, siamo alte, or siamo alti. What's the difference then? So we're talking about plurals. Siamo alte, specifically, we're talking about a group of women, alte. Siamo alti refers to a group of men or a group of men with some women. Okay? Sono bassa, so it's a woman talking, bassa. We then use the verb to be to talk about locations. For example, Firenze è in Italia. Florence is in Italy. New York è in America. New York is in America. Okay? And finally, we use to talk about our conditions. For example, siamo felici. We're happy. We're gonna do a lesson focused on emotions as well. Sono tristi. They're sad. Okay? Awesome. And that's all about the verb to be. We have seen also in the last lesson of course 1 that we don't use much the verb to stay. For example, we use it when talking about feelings, specifically sto bene, sto male, I'm well, I'm not that well. So it's actually the answer to the question come stai, how are you, if you remember. And then we use the verb stare when we make the present continuous. How do we make it? We take the verb stare, we conjugate it, and then we use the verb of the sentence and we add to the verb root the designates ando for the verbs that end with are and or endo for the verbs that end with ere or ire. Examples. Sto andando al cinema. I am going to the cinema. Sta facendo i suoi compiti. He or she is doing her homework. Stiamo guardando la TV. We're watching TV. Okay? We're gonna focus about this tense as well. This is just like an overview about the use of the verb to stay. Okay, awesome. So let's make an exercise. It's a simple exercise of translation. So you need to translate these sentences into Italian. Okay? As usual, I suggest you to pause the video and resume it once you have finished the exercise because I'm going to reveal the solutions in a bit. Okay? Time to translate. And here are the solutions. Today is Wednesday. Oggi è mercoledì. It's 10 o'clock, sono le 10. I am American, sono americano or sono americana. We're visiting Italy, stiamo visitando l'Italia. He is well, sta bene. I am watching a match, sto guardando una partita. How did it go? Was it too easy? Was it too difficult? Did you make any mistakes? If you did, try to understand why you made those mistakes and try to translate these sentences one more time. Okay? Awesome. So let's do something new. Let's start the first lesson with the questions. Domande. Domande is plural. It's the plural form of domanda, feminine word. The first one is what. What in Italian is che cosa. So you have two words. Che cosa. As in English, of course, you place what, in this case che cosa, at the beginning of the question. Okay? Then we have why. Why is perché with an accent at the end. Perché. Important to note that we use perché both in the question and in the answer. So in Italian we don't have any difference between why and because. It's always perché. Then we have who, chi. Pay attention, it's not chi, it's chi. Okay? When, quando, quando, where, dove. Don't be tempted to pronounce it as in English, dove. It's dove. How, come, come. And then we have how much, quanto, or how many, quanti. Okay, so quanto is singular, quanti plural. And that literally corresponds to how much and how many. Awesome. And finally we have which. We have two possibilities. Once again, if we're asking about something that is singular, then we pick quale. If we're asking about something that is plural, then it becomes quali. Okay? Quale, quali. Awesome. Let's do an exercise. So in this case, you just have to translate the questions that we have done. Take your time to really consolidate the knowledge that you have so far, and pause the video and resume it once you have translated all the questions. Okay? Perfect. And here are the solutions. So, how was it? Did you make any mistakes? If yes, don't worry about it. With some practice, you're gonna learn these questions by heart, that's for sure. Awesome. Okay, so before ending our first lesson, let's review all the vocabulary we have done. So, starting from questions. Domande. Please repeat right after me. It's very important for your pronunciation. Domande. Quando? Dove? Perché? Remember, both in the question and in the answer. Che cosa? Come? Quanto? Quanti? How much, how many? Chi? Not chi, chi? Quale? Quali? Okay, everything good with the questions? Awesome. Congratulations, complimenti. You have just finished another lesson. I'm looking forward to virtually seeing you here again with me, and I wish you a wonderful day. Grazie. A presto. Hello everyone. Ciao a tutti. Welcome to lesson 22 of Italiano per principianti. Today we're going to talk about a very important topic. Family. Famiglia in Italian. Famiglia. It's a feminine word, so the article is la famiglia. Okay? Let's start with the parents. I genitori. the parents. I genitori. Perfect. So the mother. As in English, we have two possibilities. One that is more formal, mother, madre, madre. And the other one, mom, mamma. Madre, mamma. Same thing for the plural. Mothers, mamme. Mamma is a feminine word, so its plural is mamme. Then we have the father. Two options. Padre, father. Papà, with an accent, dad. Padre, papà. Fathers, padri. Padre is a masculine word, so its plural form is padri, with an I at the end. Awesome. How about son? Son is figlio. Figlio. Plural, figli. Okay? Figlio, figli. Daughter, figlia. Figlio is masculine, figlia is feminine. Daughters, figlie. Okay? And here we have a false friend. Relatives. Relatives in Italian is parenti. That is very similar to the English parents. So attention, when you want to talk about parents in Italian, you're talking about genitori. If you say parenti, you're talking about your relatives. Okay? Parenti. Brother, fratello. Fratello. Siblings, fratelli. Fratelli. So it corresponds to the plural of the singular son. Sister, sorella. Sorella. Sisters, sorelle. Okay? Grandfather, nonno. Nonno. So in Italian there is no difference between grandfather and granddad. It's always nonno. Grandmother, nonna. Nonna. Grandparents, nonni. So it's simply the plural form of the singular, nonni. Talking about grandparents, grandson, nipote, nipote, but nipote is also granddaughter, so there is no difference, okay? Nipote can refer to a boy or a girl. Plural, nipoti, with an I at the end. Nipote, singular. Nipoti, plural. Great-grandfather, bisnonno, bisnonno. Great-grandmother, bisnonna. Awesome. Uncle, zio, zio. Watch out to the sound of the letter Z, zio. If you want to do the plural, you have to delete the O and add another I, zii. So Z-I-I, zii. Zia, aunt, zia. Plural, zie. Okay, Z-I-E. Cousin, cugino, masculine. Cugina, feminine. Cugino, cugina. Cousins, cugini. Cugini. Perfect. Then we have wife. Wife is moglie. Moglie. Wives, plural, mogli. So basically you just delete the final E. Moglie, singular, mogli, plural. Husband, marito, marito. Husbands, mariti, with an I. Awesome. So let's do an exercise. So here, what I'm going to ask you is to describe the members of your family. So you have one sentence. Nella mia famiglia ci sono. That means in my family there are. What I'm going to ask you to do is to complete these descriptions. For example, there are 2 parents, there are 3 uncles, and so on. Okay? Just add as many members of your family as you can, because that becomes a good exercise. Okay? As usual, I'm gonna ask you to pause the video and resume it once you're finished. Okay? Let's do it. And here is an example. So in my case, nella mia famiglia ci sono 3 nonni, 4 nipoti, 4 zie, 5 zii. Of course, this is just an example. Okay? Awesome. So let's review all the words we have seen today. As usual, please repeat right after me. Famiglia, genitori, madre, mamma, padre, papà, figlio, figlia, fratello, sorella, fratelli, zio, zia, nonno, nonna, bisnonno, bisnonna, nipote, moglie, marito, cugino, cugina, parenti. Always remember the difference between genitori, parents, and parenti, relatives, okay? That's a huge false friend. Awesome! Complimenti! Congratulations! You have just finished this new lesson. I hope you enjoyed this lesson about family, and I'm looking forward to starting a new lesson with you. Have a great day! A presto! Ciao! Benvenuti! Ciao a tutti! Welcome to Italian for Beginners. Today's lesson is going to be about emotions. Emozioni. Emozioni. In Italian. Emozioni is a feminine and plural word. The singular form is emozione. Okay? So, let's start with happy. Happy, felice. You use felice both for men and for women. But of course you have a plural, felici. Once again, both for men and for women. Felice, felici. Sad, triste, men and women. Tristi, plural. Triste, singular. Tristi, plural. Then we have excited. Don't get scared seeing all these letters. It's pretty easy actually. It just takes time to practice. So excited has 4 options. We have 2 options for the singular and 2 for the plural, because one corresponds to the feminine form and the other one to the masculine one. So the masculine form of excited is emozionato. The feminine one is emozionata. Okay? And this is the singular. Emozionato, emozionata. Excited. Plural. Masculine plural, emozionati. Feminine plural, emozionate. Okay? Singular, emozionato, emozionata. Plural, emozionati, emozionate. Okay? Then we have tired. Once again, 4 options. Stanco, masculine. Stanca, feminine form. And this is singular. Stanco, stanca. Plural. Stanchi with an H, masculine, plural. Stanche, feminine, plural. Okay? Stanco, stanca, stanchi, stanche. Awesome. Then we have angry. Once again, it's the very same thing. So we have 2 forms for the singular. Arrabbiato, masculine. Arrabbiata, feminine. Arrabbiato, arrabbiata. Plural, masculine. Arrabbiati, feminine. Arrabbiate. Okay? Awesome. Then we have worried. Once again, we have 4 options. I haven't written them, but it's always the same thing. So we have preoccupato, preoccupata, masculine and feminine, singular form. Plural, preoccupati, preoccupate. Okay, it's pretty repetitive actually. Bored. Once again, we have all 4. So, annoiato, annoiata, plural, then annoiati, annoiate. Okay? Confused. Confuso. You see, actually, the emotions in Italian are not that different from the English ones. Confuso, confusa, plural, then confusi, confuse. Okay? Scared. Impaurito. This is different. Impaurito, impaurita, impauriti, impaurite. So you always have to pay attention to match the adjective, okay, to the noun that refers to. Frustrated. Frustrato. Frustrato. Frustrato, frustrata, frustrati, frustrate. Always the same. Surprised. Sorpreso. Sorpresa, sorpresi, sorprese. Okay? I hope it becomes like clearer. Embarrassed. Imbarazzato, a long word. Imbarazzata, imbarazzati, imbarazzate. Okay? Shy. Timido. Timida, feminine, singular. Timidi, masculine, plural. Timide, feminine, plural. Okay? Outgoing, the opposite. Estroverso. Estroverso. Estroversa, estroversi, estroverse. Okay? Nervous. Nervoso. Nervoso, nervosa, nervosi, nervose. Okay? Always the same. Anxious. Ansioso. Ansioso. Ansiosa, woman. And plural, ansiosi or ansiose. And then let's practice a little bit with these adjectives. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to simply translate these sentences into Italian. Remember that in Italian we don't use subjects, so that's why I have indicated, if you have to translate it in a feminine form, in a masculine form, in a plural form, okay? When in doubt, of course. So watch out, pay attention to pick the right form of the adjective, okay? As usual, I advise you to pause the video and resume it as soon as you have finished the exercise, okay? See you in a bit. And here are the solutions. So I am anxious, Sono ansiosa, because I have requested a feminine form. You are tired, sei stanco, masculine. We are nervous, siamo nervosi. They are bored, sono annoiate. I am worried, sono preoccupato. You are shy, siete timide. She is excited, è emozionata. How was this exercise? Did you make any mistakes? If you did, don't worry about it. It's totally normal. At the beginning, it's kind of tricky to match the subjects with the adjectives, but with a lot of practice, you're gonna do it. I'm sure about it. So try to see why you made those mistakes and maybe try this exercise one more time. Okay? Awesome. So before ending these lessons, let's review the vocabulary of lesson 3. As usual, please repeat right after me. Emozioni, felice, triste, ansioso, nervoso, preoccupato, emozionato, timido, estroverso, imbarazzato, sorpreso, frustrato, impaurito, confuso, annoiato, arrabbiato, stanco. So here I've put only, we can say, like the masculine singular form of these emotions, but always remember that you have the masculine and the feminine forms, both singular and plural. The only exceptions are happy and sad, who always remains like this in singular form, but they change for the plural. Felice, felici, triste, tristi. Okay? These are the only exceptions. Awesome. Great. So, complimenti, congratulations. You have finished another lesson. With some practice, you are gonna master the use of the emotions and of all adjectives. So, I'm looking forward to starting a new lesson with you, and grazie mille. A presto. Ciao. Ciao a tutti. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Italian for Beginners. Today's lesson is about the body. Il corpo. Il corpo. Awesome. So let's start with the head. La testa. Testa. The face. For the face, you have two possibilities. We have two words. Actually, we have three, but the third one is not that common, so we're gonna make two. Faccia. La faccia. So it's feminine. Or we have viso. Viso. But viso, it's a masculine word. So you have to choose between la faccia and il viso. Okay? The hair, I capelli. So here we have an important difference from the English, because hair in English is singular. In Italian, we use the plural, capelli. Okay? I mean, like, we have a singular, capello, but that just means one of your hair. Okay? If you're talking about your hair in general, then you need to use the plural, capelli. Okay, then we have the eye, or eyes, plural. Eye is occhio. Occhio. And it's masculine. If you want to add the article, remember that it starts with a vocal. So you need to add L with an apostrophe. L'occhio. Plural. Occhi. If you want to add the article, gli occhi. Awesome. The nose, il naso. Il naso. The mouth, la bocca. La bocca. The tooth, il dente. Il dente. The teeth, i denti. Ok? Dente, denti. Ear, orecchio. And here we have something very interesting. We're gonna see quite a few of these examples while talking about the body parts. So, orecchio, singular, is masculine. L'orecchio. It starts with a vocal, so you add L with an apostrophe. But when it's plural, it becomes a feminine word. So, l'orecchio, le orecchie. So, when it's singular, it's masculine. When it's plural, it's feminine. Okay? It's pretty curious, isn't it? Then we have the neck. Il collo. Il collo. The chest. Il petto. Il petto. And here we have another example. Arm. So arm, singular, is braccio. Masculine. Il braccio. When it's plural, it becomes feminine. Le braccia. Il braccio, le braccia. Okay? In this case, you just have to learn the words with the article and then you're good. Okay? Elbow, gomito. Gomito. Plural, gomiti. Gomito, gomiti. Wrist, polso. Polso. Plural, polsi. Polso, polsi. Masculine. Hand. The hand, mano. And even if it ends with an O, it's actually a feminine word. La mano. Plural, le mani. It's still feminine, okay? Mano, la mano, le mani. And here we have another one, finger. Finger, when singular, is dito. It's masculine. Il dito. When it's plural, it becomes feminine. Le dita. Il dito, masculine and singular. Le dita, feminine, plural. Okay? Then, the stomach. Stomaco. Lo stomaco, masculine. I'm not putting the plural because we're not used to talking about stomach in plural forms, okay? Then we have the belly. Pancia. La pancia. Pancia. Then we have leg. La gamba. Legs. Le gambe. La gamba, le gambe. And here we have another one, the knee. When singular, it's il ginocchio, masculine. When plural, it becomes feminine, le ginocchia. Il ginocchio, le ginocchia. Okay. Then we have the ankle, caviglia. That might be a difficult word to pronunciate. La caviglia, feminine. Plural, le caviglie. Okay, awesome. The foot, il piede, masculine. The feet, i piedi. Il piede, i piedi. Perfect. And then we have the toes. We don't have one word as in English, but to say toes, what we say is the fingers of the feet. Le dita dei piedi. Literally, fingers of the feet. Le dita dei piedi, if we add the article. Le dita dei piedi. Awesome. Okay, then we have the back. La schiena. La schiena. So watch out, it's not schiena, but schiena. The hip. Il fianco, masculine. Plural, I fianchi. So it's still masculine, okay? I just put the two options because you see that in the plural we have an H as well. So I wanted really to highlight it. Il fianco, I fianchi. Always masculine, okay? Both in singular and plural forms. The shoulder, spalla, la spalla, feminine. Plural, le spalle. La spalla, le spalle. And let's do an exercise about it. So I'm gonna ask you to translate into Italian these few words. As usual, please pause the video and resume it once you have finished the exercise. Pay attention to the plurals, okay? So really focus whether you have to use the singular or the plural form of the words, of the body parts. Okay, time to do the exercise. And here are the solutions. How was the exercise? Did you make any mistake? If yes, don't worry about it. Just try this exercise one more time. Also, another pretty useful exercise is actually to point at your body parts and try to say their names in Italian, okay? Both in singular form and in the plural one, okay? Awesome. So, before ending this lesson, let's review all the vocabulary that we have learned. As usual, please repeat right after me. Corpo, testa, faccia, viso. Remember that faccia is feminine and viso is masculine. Capelli, always plural. Occhio. Of course, I'm indicating here only the singular forms. If you want to check and review the plurals, just return to the lesson, okay? Bocca, naso, dente, collo, spalla, braccio, gomito, polso, mano, dito, schiena, petto, stomaco, pancia, fianco, gamba, ginocchio, caviglia, piede, and finally, dita dei piedi. Okay? Awesome. Congratulations, complimenti. You have just finished another lesson. I'm looking forward to virtually seeing you here again with me, and I wish you a wonderful day. Grazie. A presto. Ciao a tutti. Hello everyone. Welcome to Italian for Beginners. Today's lesson is about physical characteristics. Caratteristiche fisiche. Okay? So, how to say pretty in Italian? As usual, we have 4 possibilities. 2 for the singular form and 2 for the plural ones. So, masculine, singular, carino. Feminine, singular, carina. And moving to the plurals, for masculine form, carini, plural, carine. So, carino, carina, carine, carini. It's always the same, okay? Then we have beautiful, handsome. As usual, 4 options. Bello, masculine, bella, feminine, belli, masculine plural, belle, feminine plural. Okay? Bello, bella, belli, belle. Ugly, the opposite. Brutto, masculine, brutta, feminine. And then we have the plurals. Brutti, masculine, brutte, feminine. Brutto, brutta, brutti, brutte. Okay? Then we have attractive. One exception, because here we have only 2 possibilities. One for the singular and one for the plural. That makes our life easier. Attraente, masculine, and feminine, singular. Attraenti, plural. Attraente, attraenti. Then we have tall. We have already seen this adjective when we were doing high, because it's the same. There is no difference in Italian. Alto, alta, the singulars. Alti, alte, plurals. Okay? Short, basso, bassa. And then the plurals. Bassi, basse. Okay? Thin. Magro, masculine singular. Magra, feminine singular. Magri, masculine plural. Magre, feminine plural. Okay? Awesome. Then we have fat, the opposite. Grasso, grassa. And then the plurals, grassi, grasse. Muscled. Muscoloso, masculine singular. Muscolosa, for a woman. Muscolosi, a group of men or a group of men with some women. Muscolose, feminine plural, group of women only. Then let's talk about the hair. So when talking about the hair, you can actually have 2 possibilities. Either you use the adjectives, as in English, or you do the whole sentence. For example, I have brown hair. You're capable of doing it. You can say that, or you can say, I am brizzolato. In this case, is used only for men, and that means that refers to the man with some grayish hair. Brizzolato. Blonde. Biondo, bionda, biondi, bionde. Okay? If you use these adjectives, you need to use the verb to be. As in English, I am blonde. Okay? Young, giovane. So you use giovane to refer to both men and women. Giovani, plural. Then we have old. So here we have 2 possibilities. One that is more, how can I say it, polite, and that is anziano, anziana, anziani, anziane. We have all 4 forms. And then that is more familiar, vecchio, vecchia, vecchi, vecchie. You use vecchio also to refer to the objects. You can say that an object is anziano. So when talking about object, you only have one choice, and that is vecchio, or vecchia, or vecchi, or vecchie. It depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about people, it would be more polite to say anziano. Okay? Awesome. So now we do have an exercise. So try to describe yourself. Specifically, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself. So you should tell me what's your name. You should tell me your origins. And then you should talk me about your physical characteristics. Okay? And try to write it down, please, because writing really helps with the memory as well. So I'll give you all the time you need. Just pause the video and resume it once you have finished your description. Okay? Time to describe yourself. And here is an example. It's my case. So this is my description. Sono Claudia e sono italiana. Sono bassa, giovane e castana. I could have said e ho I capelli marroni. It's the same. It's up to you actually to decide. Sono bassa, giovane e castana, or sono bassa, giovane e ho I capelli marroni. It's the very same thing. Sono magra, ma non sono muscolosa. Do you remember that non in front of the verb represent the negation? So I'm not muscled. Okay? I'm sad that I cannot correct your description, but if you want to leave your comment with your description to the course, I'll be happy to review it. Okay, awesome. Another exercise you can do is trying to describe your friends, for example, members of your family, using the same structure. So name, the age if you want, the origins, and some physical characteristics. Okay? Great. So let's review all the words we have seen today. So, caratteristiche fisiche, that was the title of our course of today, of our lesson. Carino, bello, brutto, alto, basso, giovane, vecchio o anziano, biondo, castano, brizzolato. So always remember that when talking about hair, you can either use the verb to be with these adjectives, as in English, I am blonde, I am brunette, and brizzolato doesn't really have a corresponding word in English. Or you can just say, I have blonde hair. Ho capelli biondi. I have brown hair. Ho I capelli marroni. Or sono castano. It's the same, okay? Ho I capelli grigi. Then the other physical characteristics we have seen in forms of adjectives: attraente, muscoloso, magro, grasso. Complimenti, congratulations, you have just finished another Italian lesson. I'm looking forward for the next one and I wish you a great day. Ciao, a presto. Ciao a tutti. Hello everyone. Welcome to Italian for Beginners. Today we're gonna talk about personality, personalità. Personalità, with an accent at the end. So let's discover some adjectives referring to someone's personality. Let's start with kind. So we have only one option for singular. So we have gentile, both to refer to a man and a woman. Gentile. Its plural is gentili. Gentile, gentili. Then we have brave. With brave, we go back to the 4 options. So 2 for the singular and 2 for the plural. The masculine, singular one, is coraggioso. Coraggioso. If we're talking about a woman, that would be coraggiosa. Masculine plural, coraggiosi. Feminine plural, coraggiose. It's the very same thing we have seen with the previous lesson. Okay, you always have to match who are you talking to, or who are you talking about, sorry. Okay, then we have sensitive. Sensitive is sensibile. Sensibile. And that works both for masculine and feminine words. The important thing is that they're singular, okay? For the plural, we only have sensibili. Horrible, because why not? Horrible is orribile. Orribile. Masculine and feminine, but singular, okay? Plural is orribili. Orribile, orribili. Then we go to ambitious. And we go back to the 4 options. Ambizioso, man. Ambiziosa, woman. Ambiziosi, group of men or a group of men with some women. Ambiziose, group of women only. Okay? Passionate. Appassionato, appassionata, appassionati, appassionate. Curious. Curioso, curiosa, curiosi, curiose. Okay? Cynical. Cinico, masculine singular. Cinica, feminine singular. Cinici, masculine plural. And here we have something that changes for the feminine plural. You need to add an H. Ciniche. So it's not cinice, but ciniche. Okay? Perfect. Then we have dependent, dipendente, singular, both for a man and a woman. Dipendenti, both for men and women. Dipendente, dipendenti. The opposite, indipendente, indipendenti. So we have the 2 options, one for the singular and one for the plural form. Strong, forte, singular, both for a man and a woman. Forti, plural, both for men and women. Forte, forti. Fun, divertente, singular. Divertenti, plural. Divertente, divertenti. Sweet, dolce, singular. Dolci, plural. Dolce, dolci. Fun fact, dolce in Italian can also mean cake. Intelligent, that is very similar to the English one. Intelligente. Basically, you just need to add an E at the end and you just have to change the pronunciation. Intelligente, singular. Intelligenti, plural. Patient, paziente, singular. Pazienti, plural. If you want to say the opposite, we just have to do as in English. We just have to add I am at the beginning of the word. Impaziente, impatient. Impazienti, plural. Is it clear? Perfect. Generous, that is similar to generoso, masculine singular. Generosa, feminine singular. Generosi, masculine plural. And finally, generose, feminine plural. Generoso, generosa, generosi, generose. Impulsive, impulsivo, impulsiva, impulsivi, impulsive. Interesting. 2 options only. One for the singular and one for the plural form. Interessante, interessanti. Interessante, interessanti. Bad or mean. Cattivo, cattiva, cattivi, cattive. Liar, bugiardo, bugiarda, bugiardi, bugiarde. Okay? I also remind you that in Italian, the adjectives are always after the word they refer to. It's not like in English. I mean, you can place the adjective in front of the noun, but that would make such a poetic sentence. Actually, it's not that common. Honest, onesto, onesta, onesti, oneste. Lazy, pigro, pigra, pigri, pigre. Okay? Positive, ottimista. That's interesting because ottimista is an adjective both for the masculine and the feminine form, if it's singular. But we have two options for the plural, as usual. So ottimisti, group of men or a group of men with some women. Ottimiste, group of women only. Okay? Negative is the same thing. Pessimista, feminine and masculine singular. And then at the plural we have the two possibilities. So the masculine plural one, pessimisti, and the feminine plural one, pessimiste. Reserved, riservato, riservata, riservati, riservate. Okay? Serious, serio, seria, seri. So basically you just have to delete the O. Serie. Okay? Nice or fun as well. Simpatico, simpatica, simpatici. And as we have seen before, for the feminine plural one, you have to add an H. Simpatiche. Okay? It's not simpatice, but simpatiche. And let's practice a little bit with these adjectives. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to describe your personality. What you need to do, basically, if you want, you can use the subject and then the verb to be, followed by the adjectives that represent your personality. Okay? As usual, I advise you to write this description, to pause the video and resume it once you're ready. Okay? Perfect. And this is a very short example. Sono simpatica, ottimista e pigra. Okay? So how was this exercise? Was it a little bit difficult maybe? Was it easy to describe your personality? If you want to comment and express your doubts, of course, feel free to do it. Okay? Awesome. So let's review all the vocabulary we have seen today. As usual, please repeat right after me. Personalità, simpatico, generoso, ottimista, pessimista, orribile, intelligente, coraggioso, dolce, serio, riservato, pigro, onesto, bugiardo, cattivo, interessante, impulsivo, paziente o impaziente, divertente, forte, dipendente o indipendente, cinico, curioso, appassionato, ambizioso, sensibile. Awesome. Perfect. Complimenti. Congratulations. You have just finished another lesson. We have done a lot of vocabulary in this lesson, so take your time to consolidate the knowledge about all the adjectives referring to one's personality, and then I'll wait for you for the next lesson. Great. Have a great day, and thank you for being with me. Ciao. A presto. Ciao a tutti. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Italian for Beginners. We're gonna practice and build what we have done so far. That's very important because we need exercise, we need practice to really know how to use the language, okay? To really do some practice. Foreign languages are all about practice, so the more the better. Okay, so the first exercise I'm going to ask you to do is about family. So do you remember the vocabulary we have done about the family? So here, what you need to do is a list of the members of your family. So you see over there it's written, nella mia famiglia ci sono. That means in my family there are. So just make a list with the number and the member of your family. For example, I don't know, 2 parents, etc. Okay? As usual, I recommend you to write this list because writing really helps the memory. And just pause the video and resume it once you're done. Okay? Let's do it. And here's an example. Nella mia famiglia ci sono 2 genitori. Always keep in mind the difference between parenti and genitori. Genitori is parents, okay? Parenti is relatives. Un nonno, una nonna, 4 cugini, 6 zii, 5 zie. How did it go? Did you try to read out loud your list? That's pretty useful as well, because you practice also the pronunciation of the different words. Then, next exercise. So here we're talking about personality and physical characteristics as well. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to describe yourself, okay? Use as many words as you can. Take your time to do this exercise, write it down, try to read your description, and then resume the video when you have finished. Okay? And here is an example of a description. Sono castana, I'm brunette, bassa, short, simpatica, fun, e gentile, and kind. And here we have a new word, spesso. Spesso means often. So I'm often positive, but a volte, sometimes, sono pessimista. I am negative. Okay? Spesso, often, a volte, sometimes. Awesome. How was this exercise? Did you remember to choose the right form of the adjective? If yes, great job. If not, don't worry about it. It will come with practice. And now, describe your best friend. So as you see here, I've put like 2 examples about how you can start your sentence. Il mio migliore amico is blah blah blah. Il mio migliore amico refers to a man, okay? If your best friend was a woman, was a girl, then you need to start with la mia migliore amica is blah blah, okay? Ready? As you have done before, try to use as many words as you can. Write the description down and try to read it out loud, okay? Pause the video and resume it once you have finished your description. And here's an example. La mia migliore amica è bionda, riservata e divertente. È pigra, gentile e onesta. So in English, it would be, my best friend is blonde, reserved, and fun. She's lazy, kind, and honest. So how was this exercise? Was it too difficult? Was it okay? Did you have fun doing it? Let us know, please, so that we can actually improve these courses. Okay, perfect. And now, let's move to the body parts. Do you remember the vocabulary related to the body parts? So here, I'm going to ask you to name at least 5 parts belonging to the upper body. Okay? Just make a list. Okay? If you want to, you can also add the article in front of the body part. Okay? As usual, take your time to do the exercise, pause the video, and then resume it when you have finished. And here are some examples. Occhi, capelli, spalle, braccio, bocca. So, respectively, eyes, hair, shoulders, arm, mouth. How was it? Did you find 5 body parts? If you found more, it's even better. And now let's do the same thing, but with 5 parts belonging to the lower body. Okay? Do the very same thing as you did before. Okay? Ready? Go. And here are 5 examples. Piedi, gamba, ginocchio, caviglia, dita dei piedi. Respectively, feet, leg, knee, ankle, and toes. Okay? How did it go? Awesome. Perfect. So now let's try an exercise with a dialogue. Okay? Here we're also talking about vocabulary belonging to the course 1. So you just have to write down your sentences. So the ones you see here are my sentences, and you just have to fill in the blank spaces. Okay? Resume the video when you have finished completing the dialogue. And here it is. So I'm going to read the dialogue. Ciao. Ciao. Come ti chiami? Mi chiamo, your name. E tu? Mi chiamo Claudia. Piacere. Quanti anni hai? That means how old are you? Piacere. Ho 28 anni. Come stai? Sto bene. Grazie. Perfect. So how was it? Was it easy to complete this dialogue even if we're talking about vocabulary belonging to course 1? Let's try with another mini dialogue. So here you see these sentences. The first question is che tipo sei? And that is an expression in Italian that means how could you describe your personality? What's your personality? You can also say quale è la tua personalità? Literally, what's your personality? But that would sound weird in Italian. It's way more common to ask che tipo sei? And then you have 2 other questions that I guess you know. Okay, just answer these questions and resume the video once you have finished. So here are some examples. Che tipo sei? Sono simpatica e ambiziosa. I am fun and ambitious. Hai fratelli? Sì. Un fratello e una sorella. Yes, a brother and a sister. Hai cugini? Sì, 4. 3 maschi e una femmina. 3 boys and a girl. Okay, how was it? I hope you really enjoyed this lesson because you had the chance to really practice the language with some expressions that are pretty common. So, complimenti, congratulations. We have finished this different kind of lesson, I'd say. I hope you had fun and you learned something new as well, and that you feel more confident about your Italian skills. So, see you soon. Ciao, grazie. Ciao a tutti. Benvenuti a questa nuova lezione del corso 2 di Italiano per principianti. I'm your Italian teacher, Claudia, and I'm very happy to virtually see you here again with me today. So today we're going to talk about places, luoghi. Place is luogo. When you have the plural, you need to add an H, luoghi. And we're going to talk about directions, indicazioni. Direction, singular, is indicazione. Okay, so let's start with some vocabulary. We're going to do a lot of vocabulary today referring to the city specifically. And we're going to practice a little bit more in the next lesson. You're going to find out why. So, store is negozio. School, scuola. Feminine. Library, biblioteca. Feminine. Office, ufficio. Bank, banca. This is similar. Banca. When you see words that end with an A, normally, in general, they are feminine words. So, the bank, la banca. This is easy. Cinema is cinema. Cinema. This is an exception because it actually ends with an A, but it's a masculine word. Il cinema. You don't say la cinema. Cinema is masculine. Then we have the supermarket, supermercato. And here, as a general rule, when the words end with an O, that means in general that they're masculine words. Il supermercato. The supermarket. Then we have the market. That's easy. Mercato. So supermarket is supermercato. Market is mercato. It's the very same thing as in English. Town hall, comune. Comune. When the words end with an E, they could be masculine or feminine. So you need to know if they are one or the other. So there is no specific rule. In this case, comune is a masculine word. Il comune. Building, edificio. Edificio. Masculine word. So if you want to add the article, it would be el followed by an apostrophe because the word edificio starts with a vocal. Park, parco. Il parco, the park. Parking, parcheggio. Parcheggio. The parking, il parcheggio. Train station, stazione. Stazione. And this word ends with an E and it's a feminine word. La stazione. So when you talk about stazione, in general, you always refer to the train station. It's not necessary to specify that you're looking for the train station, okay? Bus stop, fermata del bus. Literally, it means the stop of the bus. So the bus stop. La fermata del bus, the bus stop. Church, chiesa. Always keep in mind that when you see C and H, the sound is always K, chiesa. The church, la chiesa. Restaurant, ristorante. We have already seen this word when we were talking about ordering food in course 1. Ristorante ends with an E and it's a masculine word. Il ristorante. Then we have the cafe, bar. Il bar. It's masculine. And it's a very important word in the Italian culture. Il bar. The street, la strada. La strada. Awesome. And then we have one of the most important places, the home. Home is casa. Casa. La casa, feminine. Awesome. And now let's talk about directions. For example, how to ask where is something. So, excuse me, where is? So, mi scusi, we have already seen this expression. Dov'è? Blah, blah, blah. For example, mi scusi, dov'è il cinema? Okay. Mi scusi, dov'è? So you have dov with an apostrophe, and that's a short version of dove, where. And then we have è, verb to be, conjugated. Okay. And how to ask where are you going? Dove vai? Dove vai? So you see that in Italian we use the verb. We don't have really a present progressive. So literally this question would mean, where do you go? Dove vai? And here we have the question, where are you going? So we do have a present progressive in Italian as well, but it's not really common. So to ask this question, we ask, where do you go? Dove vai? Dove vai? So you might notice that in Italian we don't have a do that we use for questions. You just ask the question directly without adding anything else. Dove vai? Where do you go? Right, destra, destra, left, sinistra, sinistra. To the right of, a destra di, a destra di. To the left of, a sinistra di. Then, in front of, di fronte a, next to, accanto a. So as in English, these words are always followed by a preposition. Okay, so you need to learn the preposition as well. Near, vicino. Behind, dietro. Between, tra. Tra. Awesome, perfect. To turn, girare a. So the verb to turn in Italian is followed by a preposition, and that preposition is a. Girare a. For example, girare a destra. Turn right. Girare is a very regular verb, no exceptions. So let's do an exercise. For example, you're looking for a bank in a new city. What do you ask? Maybe you are asking a stranger directions to go to the bank. Try to write down this question, and if you need to, pause the video, okay? And yes, the question will be scusi or mi scusi, dov'è la banca? Excuse me, where is the bank? Perfect. Other situation. Someone is asking you, dove vai? You need to answer. Try to write down the answer and pause the video if you need to, because I'm gonna show you an example in a bit. Example of an answer, a casa, home. So you see, this is a difference from the English language. So when you use home, we use a preposition as well. So it's like we said to home, a casa, okay? Don't worry about it, we're gonna do way more exercises in the next lesson. For the moment, let's just review all this vocabulary, okay? Trust me. So as usual, please repeat right after me. Luoghi, indicazioni, casa, cinema, banca, biblioteca, negozio, edificio, parco, parcheggio, strada, bar, ristorante, chiesa, stazione, fermata del bus, comune, mercato, supermercato, ufficio, mercato, I doubled it, sorry, strada, destra, sinistra, girare a, to turn. Mi scusi, dove vai? Di fronte a, tra, dietro, vicino, accanto a. Awesome. Complimenti. Congratulations. You have finished this intense lesson. I know it's a lot of vocabulary, but don't worry about it. We're gonna do some exercise in the next lesson because Directions and places are very important, and it's very important that you know how to use them properly. Okay, so I'm looking forward to seeing you for the next lesson, and have a great day. Ciao, grazie. Ciao a tutti, benvenuti su Italiano per principianti, lezione 29. Sono la vostra insegnante, Claudia. There was something missing to properly use the directions and its vocabulary, and that is the articles. So we have already seen the articles, we have already used them, but we haven't seen them like in details. And now it's really needed. You're gonna understand why. So articles in Italian is articoli. Articoli. Okay? In English, as you might have thought, as you might have imagined, it's way more easier because there is just the. Okay? And in Italian, we actually have 7 options. I know, don't get scared. It's actually not that hard. At the beginning, it is a little bit complicated, but with practice, you're gonna master the articles and their uses. That's why it's always useful to repeat, for example, the words that you're studying with the articles as well, because that's how you learn the article automatically. So, we have singular articles and plural ones. For the as per the singular ones, we have 4 possibilities. The first one is il. When do we use il? Il is used in front of masculine words that begin with a consonant. Okay? Not that difficult. Then we have lo. When do we use lo? Lo is used in front of masculine words that begin with specific letters. Specifically, S plus a consonant, P, S, G, N, P, N, or X, Y, Z. As you might imagine, il is way more common than lo. Then we have la. The use of la is pretty easy because you use la in front of all feminine words, okay? And then we have L with an apostrophe. I pointed out like many times during our courses, you use L with an apostrophe in front of words that begin with a vocal, okay? If they're masculine, they're feminine words, it doesn't matter. If they begin with a vocal, you have to use L with an apostrophe. And then, of course, we have the plural articles. So, I is the plural of il. So, for a singular word, you use il. If you have its plural, then you use I. Gli, this article that has this difficult sound, gli, is the plural of lo. If for a singular, you use lo, then for its plural, you would use gli. The plural article for feminine words is le. So we can actually say that the situation is a little bit more complicated for the masculine articles, because for the feminine words you just have la for the singular and le for the plural. But why is that so important now? Because to talk about directions, we need the so-called article prepositions. They're called article prepositions because they're actually a mix of a preposition with an article. Okay? In English, it's not that common because, for example, you have of, the. There are 2 separate words. In Italian, we have only one. For example, of or to in Italian could be a. Okay? When you have of, the, to, the, you're gonna have a preposition and an article. And if the preposition that you need to use is a, then you need to add the article. For example, the preposition a plus the article il makes al. The preposition a plus the article lo makes allo. The preposition a plus the feminine article la makes alla. A plus L with an apostrophe makes al with double L and an apostrophe. Moving to the plural, the preposition a plus I makes I. The preposition a plus gli makes agli. The preposition a plus le makes alle. I know it looks like a nightmare, and maybe it could be a nightmare, like when learning Italian, but in theory, it seems very complicated. Once you start using the article preposition for a while, then you're gonna use them like all alone. It's not gonna be complicated anymore. It's just a little bit complicated at the beginning, but then once you start practicing, then it becomes easier. Don't worry about it. For example, off can be di as well. So once again, di plus il makes del. Di plus lo makes dello. Di plus la makes della. Di plus L with an apostrophe makes del with double L and an apostrophe. Moving to the plural, di plus I makes dei. Degli is di plus gli. And finally, delle is di plus le. Okay? So you see how in the article preposition, di changes its vocal. It's not I anymore, but it becomes I. Okay? Last preposition we're gonna do is in. In Italian corresponds to the English in, so it's not that difficult. But it changes when it becomes an article preposition. So in English, it will be in the, okay? In the is an article preposition in Italian. Specifically, we have nel, nello, nella, nel with an apostrophe, nei, negli, nelle. It's always the same system. That's why I told you that it's complicated at the beginning, but once you start practicing with the article preposition, it's gonna get easier, okay? But now, let's see some examples so that it can be clearer for you. For example, to the right of the bank. Where is the article preposition here? It's of the. To the right, a destra. And then you have to translate of the. The refers to the bank. Bank is a feminine word, so its article is la. Of is di. Di plus la makes della. A destra della banca. Okay? I know, at the beginning you have to really think about it, but then it becomes natural. To the left of the cinema. The article preposition is of the, once again. Cinema, as we have said in the previous lesson, is a masculine word. Plus, it starts with a consonant. So, its article is il. Di plus il makes del. To the left of the cinema, a sinistra del cinema. To go to school. Okay? This is not really special. We don't have any article preposition, but it's just to show you that sometimes it's just like in English. To go, andare, to, a, school, scuola. So you don't need articles here, as in English. Andare a scuola, to go to school. In front of the town hall. So the article preposition here is, once again, of the. Town hall in Italian is comune. Comune is a masculine word. It starts with a consonant, so its article is il. In front of, we have already said that it's translated as di fronte a. So a plus il makes al. In front of the town hall, di fronte al comune. Okay? So that's why when you have some expressions that need specific prepositions, you have to learn them with the preposition as well. So that's how you know which one to use, as in English. Near the supermarket. So near in English doesn't require any preposition. In Italian, it does. So in Italian, we would say near of the supermarket. So we have an article preposition. Supermarket in Italian is supermercato. Masculine starts with a consonant, so its article is il, once again. Of, so in this case a, plus il makes al, vicino al supermercato. Is it clear? Next to the bus stop. So here we do have an article preposition in English as well. To the. Bus stop in Italian is fermata del bus. It's a feminine word, so its article is la. You don't have any choice. It's just la. A plus la makes alla. Next to the bus stop, vicino alla fermata del bus. As you see, actually, in Italian, we do have another article preposition, is del bus. Just because we translate bus stop as the stop of the bus. Okay? The office is behind the park. So, as you see, in English, we do not use an article preposition, but in Italian, we do. So, we say the office is behind of the park. Park is parco. Masculine word, starting with a vocal, no exception, the article is il. A plus il, al. L'ufficio è dietro al parco. It should start to become easier, actually, okay, for you. Okay, so let's do an exercise. You have to reply to this question. Dov'è la banca nella tua città? Where's the bank in your city? Okay, so try to provide as many directions as you can using the article prepositions. Okay, pause the video and resume it once you are ready. And here is the possible answer. A destra del comune, davanti al parcheggio. How was it? Did it take you a long time to write the sentence, to use the proper article prepositions? Other example. Dov'è il parcheggio più vicino? So the question now is, where is the nearest parking? As usual, pause the video and resume it once you have written the answer. Example of answer. Accanto a casa, a sinistra del cinema. Okay. How was it? Perfect. Awesome. So complimenti, congratulations. I know this is a difficult lesson, but it is really needed. I have to give you all tools to express yourself properly in Italian. And we're talking about direction, this is even more important. So don't worry about it. I know it might seem overwhelming, but I promise you with practice, it's gonna get easier, and then it's gonna become natural, okay? Don't worry about it and try to practice with directions as much as you can. Okay? I'm looking forward for the next lesson and see you soon. Grazie. Ciao. Ciao a tutti. Benvenuti su Italiano per principianti. Lezione 29. Sono la vostra insegnante, Claudia. The supermarket. We have already seen this word, and that's supermercato. Supermercato. If you're wondering, which kind of article should I use? Well, first thing you might ask yourself is it a masculine or a feminine word? You might notice that the word ends with an O. And in general, as I have already pointed out before, the words that end with an O are masculine words. So, okay, it's a masculine word. But should I pick il or should I pick lo? Well, the word starts with a simple S. So you should pick il. Il supermercato. The supermarket. Okay? Then we have the price. Price is prezzo with double Z. Prezzo. it ends with an O, so it's likely that it's masculine, and this starts with PR. PR is not a combination of consonants that requires lo, so the article is il prezzo, the price. I know it might seem long as a way of thinking at the beginning, but it's gonna get easier, I promise. Discount. So for discount, we have two options. First of all, we have sconto. Sconto, masculine, and it begins with SC. Lo sconto. And actually, you can find this word more like in stores, you know, for clothes or other kinds of items. It's not that common in a supermarket. In a supermarket, you will probably find promozione. A long word, I know. Promozione. And promozione is a feminine word. So, la promozione. As I pointed out before, the words ending with E can be masculine or feminine, so you really have to learn them with the article. Lo sconto or la promozione. Awesome. Shopping bag. Shopping bag is busta. Busta. Masculine or feminine? Well, it ends with an A, and in general, but there are many exceptions, the words that end with an A are feminine. So, la busta. The aisle. That is reparto. Reparto. Ending with an O, so it's likely to be masculine. Il reparto. Then we have the seal, the register. Cassa. Cassa. Feminine. La cassa, the register. The cart, carrello. And that's the word you might find also when shopping online. Carrello. Il carrello, the cart. So 2 R's and 2 L's. Fruit and vegetables. Frutta e verdura. Frutta e verdura. And these words are both feminine. Okay, la frutta e la verdura. Please note that vegetables in English is plural. In Italian is singular. In this case, of course. If we're talking about more vegetables, then of course we have a plural, verdure. But when talking about fruit and vegetables, we tend to use the singular form of the word. Frutta e verdura. Also when talking about the aisle of a supermarket. Meat, we had already seen this word in course 1, if I'm not wrong. Carne. Feminine, la carne. Then we have the dairy, latticini. The word is completely different than English. Latticini. And it's plural. Okay? I latticini. I latticini. The dairy. Pasta is pasta. That's easy. Pasta. Feminine, la pasta. Bread, we already know this word. Pane. And you see, the word ends with an E, but it's masculine. Il pane, the bread. Sweets, dolci. Dolci. It's plural in Italian as well, and the article is I. I dolci, the sweets. Then let's see a couple of useful verbs when talking about the supermarket. So the first one, of course, is to buy. Comprare. So it's a verb belonging to the first group of Italian verbs. So the ones that end with are. Comprare. And its conjugation is completely regular. Io compro, tu compri, lui, lei compra, noi compriamo, voi comprate, essi comprano. Okay? No exceptions. Other important verb is to cost. Costare. Costare. So another verb that ends with are. And that's regular as well. Io costo, tu costi, lui, lei costa, costiamo, costate, costano. So, an important question. How much is something? Quanto costa, for example, il pane? Quanto costa la verdura? Okay? Quanto is how much. So, as you might notice, in English, it's way more common to use the verb to be, while in Italian we use the verb to cost. Okay? Or, if you want to ask, how much are, if we have several things. Quanto costano? Of course, you have to adapt it to conjugate the verb as in English. Quanto costano, I don't know, I latticini? Okay, perfect. Then let's see a couple of useful expressions. The first one, of course, is there is. There is c'è. So you have a C, you have an apostrophe, and then you have an E with an accent, okay? It's very important to put all the signs, okay? C'è. There are, ci sono. So, there is c'è, there are, ci sono. The use is exactly the same as in English. Perfect. So let's do an exercise. We have a mini dialogue, and what you have to do is to reply to those sentences, okay? As usual, I recommend you to write down the dialogue, even the sentences that I'm supposed to read, and then to complete it and read it out loud. Please pause the video and resume it once you have finished. Thank you. And here are possible solutions. For example, buongiorno, ho bisogno del pane. Dov'è? Do you remember the verb ho bisogno di? To need. A destra, vicino alla frutta. Grazie. Quanto costa? 1,50 euro. So it's interesting because we see how you read prices as well. So you read first uno, 1 euro, and then 50, e 50. We say and 50. Perfetto, grazie. Prego, arrivederci. Okay, so how did it go? Was it a little bit difficult? As you might notice, I have decided to add also some article prepositions so that we can actually do some practice with them as well. Another exercise. Here, what I'm going to ask you to do is to translate these sentences into Italian. As you might have noticed, there are article prepositions and vocabulary related to the supermarket, the ones we have seen, with the words that we have seen in this lesson. So please take your time to do the exercise, don't be in a rush, and once you have finished, resume the video. And here is the solution. So, in the supermarket, nel supermercato, so we have the first article preposition in the. In Italian is in plus il, and that makes nel. There are, ci sono, 5 aisles, 5 riparti. The aisle of the fruit is next to the aisle of the meat. Il reparto della frutta, della, article preposition, di plus la, is next to, è accanto, to the, article preposition, al reparto, a plus il, of the meat, article preposition, della carne. Di plus la makes della. How was it? Did you make any mistakes? If you did, don't worry about it. Try to understand why you made those mistakes and try to correct them, okay? Try to translate this sentence one more time as well. Perfect. Awesome. So let's review all the new words we have seen today. As usual, please repeat right after me. supermercato, prezzo, sconto, promozione. Remember that sconto is masculine and promozione is feminine. Busta, reparto, cassa, carrello, frutta e verdura, carne, latticini, always plural, pasta, pane, dolci, then the verbs, comprare, costare, and finally the questions, quanto costa, quanto costano, c'è, ci sono, there is, there are. Okay, awesome, great job. Congratulations, complimenti, you have just finished another lesson. I'm looking forward to virtually seeing you here again with me, and I wish you a wonderful day. Grazie, a presto. Benvenuti. Welcome to Italian for Beginners, lesson 31. I'm your Italian teacher Claudia, and I'm very happy to start a new lesson. Okay, we're going to talk about the house. So the word for house and home in Italian is always casa, ending with an A, so it's likely that it's feminine, and it happens to be feminine. So la casa, the house or the home. La casa. Let's start with the room. Room is stanza. Stanza. So watch out, it's not stanza, but stanza. Okay, feminine. The room, la stanza. Stanze, with an E at the end, is rooms. Awesome. So let's start with the stanze. The kitchen, la cucina. La cucina. The living room, il salotto. Il salotto, with two T's. The dining room, la sala da pranzo. 3 words. La sala da pranzo. Literally means the room to dine. Bedroom, la camera da letto. 3 words here as well. La camera da letto. But normally you can also talk about just camera if you're referring to the bedroom. The bathroom, il bagno. Il bagno. Awesome. This is easy. The garage is il garage. Il garage. The garden, il giardino. Il giardino. Perfect. The stairs, le scale. So it's plural in Italian as well. Le scale. The floor. Here we have 2 possibilities because, in English, floor can refer to the different floors of a house or the floor in a room, for example. So if you're talking about the floors of your house, then you need to use piano. In my house there are 3 floors. Nella mia casa ci sono 3 piani, plural. So piano refers to the different floors of a house. And of course, piano is singular. Plural of piano is piani. If you're talking about the floor of a room, for example, then you need to use pavimento. Il pavimento. So, piano, the floor of a house, so first floor, second floor, third floor. Il pavimento is the floor of a room or several rooms. Okay? The ceiling, il soffitto. Lots of doubles here. Il soffitto. The door, la porta. La porta. The window, la finestra. La finestra. For lamp, here as well we have two options, because if you're talking about the big lamp that you have on the ceiling in a room, then you need to use lampadario. The lamp, il lampadario. If you're talking about a small lamp that, for example, is in your living room, that create like a corner for reading, or the lamp on your night table, then it's lampada. La lampada. So, lampadario is masculine and refers to the main lamp of a room. Lampada is feminine and it refers to the small lamps in a room. Okay? Awesome. So, then we have the clock. Orologio. Orologio. Masculine word beginning with a vocal. So, the article is L apostrophe. L'orologio, the clock. But it can also mean the watch. There is no real difference. If you want to do the plural, gli orologi. Okay? Perfect. Then we have the television. As in English, we have two possibilities. A long one, televisione. Televisione, feminine, la televisione. Or short version, TV. Because remember, letter V in the Italian alphabet is read as V, not as V. So, TV. La TV, the TV. Perfect. The bed, il letto. Il letto. Awesome. The wardrobe, l'armadio. Masculine. L'armadio. The fridge, il frigorifero. Il frigorifero. Perfect. The oven, il forno. Il forno. And now let's see a couple of useful verbs. The first one is to clean, pulire. So it's a verb that belongs to the third group of Italian verbs, so the ones that end with ire, pulire. And let's see its conjugation because it's a little bit peculiar. Io pulisco. So you see we have this SC. Tu pulisci. Lui, lei pulisce. Then it becomes regular again. Noi puliamo. Voi pulite. And then it changes again. Essi puliscono. Okay? Another useful verb, lavare, to wash. It belongs to the first group, so the group of the verb that ends with are. And it's completely regular. So, io lavo, tu lavi, lui, lei lava, noi laviamo, voi lavate, essi lavano. Okay? Awesome. So let's do an exercise. Here, what I'm asking you to do is to describe your house. So you can start, for example, your description with, in my house there is or there are. Of course, the description has to be in Italian. So the beginning that I wrote here is in English, but just because I want you to translate that one as well. Okay? I recommend you to write it down and then to read it out loud. Once you have finished the description, please resume the video. Okay? And here's an example. Nella mia casa, in my house, ci sono 5 stanze. There are 5 rooms. C'è una cucina, un salotto, un bagno, una sala da pranzo e una camera da letto. So there is a kitchen, a living room, a bathroom, a dining room, and a bedroom. Okay? You can also have used there are. So ci sono una cucina, un salotto, un bagno, una sala da pranzo e una camera da letto. In this case, in Italian, we can actually accept both. Okay? Awesome. So let's do another exercise. Here, I'm just asking to translate these sentences into Italian. Okay? As usual, please pause the video and resume it once you have finished the translations. And here are the solutions. So, I need to clean the floors. Devo lavare I pavimenti. But you could also have translated into ho bisogno di lavare I pavimenti. He cleans the oven. Pulisce il forno. They wash. Lavano. In the kitchen there are 2 fridges. Nella cucina ci sono 2 frigoriferi. Okay? How did it go? Did you make any mistakes? If yes, don't worry about it. Just try to understand why you made those mistakes and try to translate the sentences one more time. Okay? So before ending the lesson, let's review the vocabulary related to the house. La casa. As usual, please repeat right after me. Stanza, cucina, salotto, sala da pranzo, camera da letto, bagno, garage, giardino, piano o pavimento, it depends on what you're talking about, soffitto, televisione TV, porta, finestra, orologio, lampadario o lampada, you remember the difference? Frigorifero. Also, you can also just say frigo, that's very common. Forno, armadio, letto, pulire, lavare. Awesome! Great! Complimenti! Congratulations! You have just finished this new lesson. I'm waiting for you for the next one and I wish you a wonderful day. Grazie! A presto! Hello everyone! Ciao a tutti! I'm Claudia, your Italian teacher, and this is lesson 32 of Italiano per principianti. So, without further hesitation, let's get started with the new class. Today, we're gonna talk more specifically about the bathroom. Il bagno. Il bagno. So, what do we have in general in a bathroom? We have a sink. Lavandino. Long word. The sink. Il lavandino. Then we have, this is easy, WC, WC is WC in Italian. Il WC. The shower, la doccia. La doccia. And here we have something interesting to point out. So in English, we say to take a shower. In Italian, we don't use the verb to take, that corresponds to prendere, but we use the verb to do. We say to do a shower. Fare la doccia. Fare la doccia. To take a shower. Specifically, we say to do the shower. Okay? So let's say the conjugation of the verb fare. because it's a little bit different. So even if it belongs to the first group of Italian verbs, so the ones that end with are, there are some exceptions. So, io faccio, tu fai, lui, lei fa, noi facciamo, voi fate, essi fanno with two N's. Okay, so there are some regular forms and some irregular ones. Awesome. Then we have the mirror, lo specchio. We have already seen this word in course 1. Lo specchio. So not specchio, but specchio. The shampoo is shampoo. Shampoo. So basically you just have to change the pronunciation of the last two letters. It's not U anymore, but it's just O. Lo shampoo. The conditioner is il balsamo. Il balsamo. Perfect. The shower gel, il bagnoschiuma. Long word. Il bagnoschiuma. Okay, awesome. And you see, this word, even if it ends with an A, it's actually masculine. Il bagnoschiuma. The toothbrush, lo spazzolino, with two Z's. Lo spazzolino. Talking about the toothbrush, we have to mention the toothpaste. Il dentifricio. Il dentifricio. The toilet paper, la carta igienica. La carta igienica. Okay. The towel, l'asciugamano. Asciugamano is masculine, but it begins with a vocal, so its article is L with an apostrophe. L'asciugamano. Awesome. Then we have the brush. We have two options. La spazzola, feminine, or il pettine, masculine. La spazzola, il pettine. It's the same. So let's do an exercise. You remember in the last lesson I asked you to describe your house. Now I'm asking you to describe your bathroom. The description really needs to be the same, okay? So you start with in the bathroom, there is, there are. Try to also use next to, in front of, right of, okay? Because we have done it, so it's actually an opportunity to practice. So as usual, I ask you to pause the video, write your description, read it out loud, and then resume the video once you're ready, okay? And here, for example, it's my description. Nel bagno c'è un lavandino. In the bathroom, there is a sink. Accanto al lavandino c'è la doccia. Next to the sink, there is the shower. Di fronte alla doccia c'è il WC. In front of the shower, there's the WC. Sul lavandino c'è lo spazzolino. On the sink, there is the toothbrush. Nella doccia c'è lo shampoo e il balsamo. In the shower, there is the shampoo and the conditioner. Once again, here you could have used there are as well. Nella doccia ci sono lo shampoo e il balsamo. It's okay. Perfect. Awesome. How was the description? Was it a little bit difficult? Maybe it was difficult to use the article preposition. Maybe it was the vocabulary. Don't hesitate to let us know. Okay? Awesome. Okay, so let's review the vocabulary we have seen related to the bathroom. Bagno, lavandino, WC, doccia, fare la doccia, to take a shower, shampoo, balsamo, bagnoschiuma, spazzolino, dentifricio, carta igienica, specchio, spazzola, pettine, asciugamano. Awesome! Great! Congratulations! Complimenti! You have just finished another lesson. I'm looking forward to virtually seeing you here again with me, and I wish you a wonderful day. Grazie! A presto! Ciao a tutti! Benvenuti su Italiano per principianti. Sono la vostra insegnante Claudia e sono molto contenta di vedervi qui oggi. Today we're gonna talk more specifically about the kitchen, la cucina. So we have already seen fridge, frigorifero, we have seen oven, forno, but now let's start with the breakfast. Colazione, feminine word, la colazione. To have breakfast, fare colazione. Once again, we do not use the verb to have as in English, but the verb to do that we have seen in the previous lesson. Fare colazione. Lunch is pranzo, masculine. Il pranzo. To have lunch, pranzare. Once again, in this case, we do not use any other verb, but a verb that is connected to lunch itself. That means to lunch, actually. So let's see its conjugation. It's super regular. Io pranzo, tu pranzi, lui, lei pranza, noi pranziamo, voi pranzate, essi pranzano. Okay? No exceptions. Then we move to the dinner. Cena, la cena, the dinner. Once again, to have dinner, cenare. So we have a specific verb. Once again, it's super regular, no exceptions. Io ceno, tu ceni, lui, lei cena, noi ceniamo, voi cenate, essi cenano. Okay? Super regular. Okay, so let's see more specifically the object we can have in a kitchen. The microwave, microonde. Remember that the double O is not that common at all in Italian, but when you see it, it's not U as in English, but it's a long O. Il microonde. The microwave. The table, il tavolo. The chair, la sedia. The cupboard, la credenza. La credenza. The garbage can, il cestino. Il cestino. Awesome. The garbage, la spazzatura. La spazzatura, with two Z's. The plate, il piatto. Il piatto. We had already seen the cutlery, but it's always good to review a little bit the vocabulary. So cutlery is posate, and it's always plural. So the cutlery, le posate, feminine and plural. Let's start with the fork, la forchetta. The knife, il coltello. The spoon, il cucchiaio. Il cucchiaio. The teaspoon, il cucchiaino. It literally means the little spoon. Il cucchiaino. The glass, il bicchiere. The cup, la tazza. La tazza. Great. Then let's talk about tastes. Let's start with sweet. Dolce. We have already seen this one, but referring to the personality. Dolce. Spicy. Piccante. Piccante. And that's a very important word to learn in case you don't like spicy food and you're at the restaurant. Sour. Acido. acido. Bitter, amaro. Amaro. So it's not amaro, but amaro. The accent is on the second A. Salt is sale. Il sale is masculine. So salty is salato. Salato. Perfect. And then we have done salt, so why not doing pepper? Pepe, masculine. Il pepe. Awesome. So let's do some verbs now related to kitchen. To the kitchen. So let's start with to cook. We have two possibilities. The first one is cucinare, and the second one is cuocere. Let's see the conjugation. Cucinare is super regular. It belongs to the first group, so the verbs that end with are, and it shows no exception. You take the verb root and you attach the endings. No problem. Then we have cuocere. Cuocere is also used when you want to say to bake. Actually, we say cuocere al forno. That means to bake. Cuocere al forno. Let's see the conjugation of cuocere. Then, once again, it's pretty regular. Io cuocio, tu cuoci, lui, lei cuoce, noi cuociamo, voi cuocete, essi cuociono. Okay? Perfect. Then we have tagliare, to cut. Tagliare. Once again, super regular. Io taglio, tu tagli, lui, lei taglia, noi tagliamo, voi tagliate, essi tagliano. Great. Then we have to fry, friggere. Friggere. Once again, super regular. Io friggo, tu friggi, but pay attention to the sound. The sound, the pronunciation of the verb changes. Io friggo, tu friggi, lui, lei frigge, noi friggiamo, voi friggete, and then it changes again. Essi friggono. Okay? This is the only thing to keep in mind when conjugating to fry. Or we have also to peel. Pelare. Pelare. And to peel shows no exceptions. A verb that ends with are, that is super regular. Okay? Great. Okay, so let's do an exercise. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to translate this recipe. Recipe in Italian is ricetta. As usual, I ask you to write your translation down and to read it out loud before resuming the video. Okay? Let's do it. And here is the translation. Taglia le cipolle e i pomodori. Poi pela le patate. Cuoci le patate al forno e aggiungi i pomodori e le cipolle. Aggiungi sale. How did it go? Was it easy? Was it hard? Did you make any mistakes? If yes, now you have a chance to improve yourself. I'm going to ask you to write your own recipe now in Italian. And then, of course, if you want to share it, feel free to share it. Okay? Awesome. Great. And now let's review today's vocabulary. As usual, please repeat right after me. Cucina, microonde, tavolo, sedia, cestino, spazzatura, credenza, posate, forchetta, coltello, cucchiaio, cucchiaino, bicchiere, tazza, piatto, acido, amaro, dolce, piccante, sale, salato, pepe, cucinare, cuocere, cuocere al forno, tagliare, pelare, friggere, colazione, fare colazione, to have breakfast, pranzo, pranzare, to have lunch, cena, cenare, to have dinner. Great! Complimenti, congratulations, you have finished another lesson. So I wait you here for the next one and I wish you a great day. Grazie! Ciao! Ciao a tutti! I'm your Italian teacher Claudia and this is lesson 34, 34. And I'm very happy to see you here again with me today. So today we're gonna practice a little bit. We're gonna do only exercises because they're really important to consolidate your knowledge and to practice a little bit with the words and expressions we have done before. So let's get started. The first exercise we're gonna do is a mini dialogue. So we are at the supermarket, okay? You're going to be the customer and I'm going to be an employee of the supermarket, okay? So I'm going to start this dialogue. So the first buongiorno is mine and then you just have to fill in the blank spaces, okay? I always advise you to write everything down, even the sentences that belong to me, because it's a very good exercise for your memory, okay? As usual, please pause the video and resume it once you have finished the mini dialogue. So the first exercise we're going to do is a mini dialogue. We are at the supermarket. You're going to be the customer and I'm going to be one of the employees. You are going to be the first one to start this mini dialogue, okay? I always recommend you to write everything down, even the sentences that belong to me, because it's a very good exercise actually, okay? As usual, please pause the video and resume it once you have finished the mini dialogue, okay? See you in a bit. And here are some possible solutions. So I'm going to read the dialogue. Buongiorno. Buongiorno. Mi scusi, dove sono le patate? Excuse me, where are the potatoes? Sono nel reparto della verdura. They are in the aisle of vegetables. Perfetto. Quanto costano? Sorry. Perfect. How much are they? 3 euro al chilo. Grazie mille. Arrivederci. Prego. Arrivederci. How did it go? Of course, my sentences shouldn't be like yours. It's pretty impossible, but this is like the main structure that they should have had. Okay? If you made some mistakes, please try this mini dialogue one more time because there are infinite possibilities actually. Okay, next exercise. We do have another mini dialogue. Okay, so I'm going to live in this city and maybe you're there and you're looking first for the bank and then for a parking. Remember that when you see the sentence, dov'è il parcheggio più vicino? That means where is the nearest parking. Okay, perfect. Pause the video and complete the mini dialogue. And here are some possible solutions. Mi scusi, dov'è la banca? È a destra del supermercato, di fronte al comune. So it's to the right of the supermarket, in front of the town hall. Grazie, dov'è il parcheggio più vicino? Tra la scuola e l'edificio giallo. Between the school and the yellow building. Grazie mille. Arrivederci. Prego. Arrivederci. How did it go? Was it easy? Was it difficult? Did you have some problems with indication directions maybe? If you have some problems, do not hesitate to reach out. Okay, we're here to help you. Awesome. Okay, next exercise. Here we're practicing with, I think, your worst nightmare. So the article prepositions. So you have to tell me the result of the combination of the article and the preposition. Okay? So, as usual, please pause the video and resume it once you have finished it. And here are the solutions. So, di plus il makes del. A plus la makes alla. In plus le makes nelle. Di plus I makes dei. A plus lo makes allo. In plus la makes nella. How did it go? Are the article preposition becoming a little bit easier, even in their use? I hope so, but if not, don't worry about it. It's really a matter of practice. Okay, next exercise. Here we're talking about translations. Okay, all the words you see in these sentences are words that we have already done together. Okay, take your time to translate these sentences into Italian and then resume the video once you have finished. And here are the solutions. So, the kitchen is in front of the living room. La cucina è davanti al salotto. In the bathroom, there are 4 towels. Nel bagno ci sono 4 asciugamani. The cinema is between the supermarket and the cafe. Il cinema è tra il supermercato e il bar. We cut the potatoes and cook in the oven. Tagliamo le patate e cuociamo al forno. How did it go? What was the hardest part of translating these sentences? Was it the verbs? Was it the article prepositions? Was it the structure of the sentences? Or maybe was it easier than you thought? Let's do another translation exercise. As usual, take your time to complete the exercise and then resume the video. And here are the solutions. So, where are you going? Dove vai? The church is near the park. La chiesa è vicina al parco. So, even though in English, after near, you immediately have the object, the noun, in Italian, it should be like the church is near to the park. Okay, so you need to add a preposition, so you're gonna have an article preposition. I need a fork and a teaspoon. Ho bisogno di una forchetta e di un cucchiaino. The house has 3 floors. La casa ha 3 piani. Okay, did you have any problem with these sentences? What was the hardest part? Did you remember the conjugation of the verb to need in Italian? And what about the verb to have? So I hope you remembered all these little nuances of the language. And awesome. If you made some mistakes, as usual, try to correct yourself and then try these translations one more time. Great! Awesome! Complimenti! Congratulations! You have just finished another Italian lesson. I'm very proud of your progress, and as you might notice, practice really helps you with learning the language, okay? So don't give up, and can't wait to continue this journey with you. Have a great day. A presto. Ciao. Ciao a tutti. Benvenuti su Italiano per principianti. Sono la vostra insegnante, Claudia, e sono molto contenta di essere qui con voi. So, as you remember, with last lesson we have done a lot of exercises, but today we're going to do something new. We're going to talk about the direct object pronouns, pronomi oggetto in Italian. So what are these direct object pronouns? We actually use them all the time, but maybe we don't know their definitions. So, for example, I watch TV, I watch it. That, it, is a direct object pronoun. I meet her tonight, her is a direct object pronoun. We visit them in the weekend, them is a direct object pronoun. Okay? I guess now it's all clear. So let's go discovering the Italian ones. So don't worry about it. Actually, in this case, Italian is not that different from English, and is definitely not that. No, it's definitely not more difficult. Okay, so let's go see them. So for io, we have mi. That corresponds to the English me, but it's written differently. Okay, in Italian, mi is mi. Tu, ti. That corresponds to you. Then we have lui, lei. So for lui, we have lo. For lei, we have la. As you might have noticed by now, we don't have any it. So what are you supposed to use when it's about an object or an animal? It's actually easier than you think. You just have to take into account if the word is masculine or feminine. So if the word is masculine, then you pick lo. If the word is feminine, then you pick la. Okay? So then we have noi. The direct object pronoun is ci, and that corresponds to the English us. Then we have voi, and its direct object pronoun is vi. That corresponds to the English you. Then we have they. So we have two possibilities. Li, group of masculine words, or group of men, or group of men with some women. Okay? Le, group of women or feminine words only. Okay, don't worry about it. I know now it's all theoretical, but with the practice, you're gonna see that it's not that difficult. So let's dig into some practice. So we're gonna do some translations here. You see, you're gonna have some sentences that have direct object pronouns and others that do not have them. Okay, but they refer to the sentence in couples. For example, the first and the second sentences are connected. Same thing for the last two. Okay? As usual, take your time to do the exercise. And one important thing. So in English, the direct object pronouns are always after the verb. In Italian, they are before, in front of the verb. Okay? So it's actually the opposite. Not after the verb, but in front of it. Okay? So take your time to do the exercise, and I always recommend you to write it down and to read the sentences out loud, because like this, you also practice with pronunciation. Okay? Time to pause the video. And here are the solutions. So, I take the dog to the park. Porto il cane al parco. I take it to the park. Lo porto al parco. Why do we have to pick lo? Because cane is a masculine word, so we need to pick lo. We see you, ti vediamo, or it could have been vi vediamo as well, because we're not sure if we're talking about one person or a group of person, okay? You meet the aunts, incontri le zie. That is good because we also review some vocabulary related to the family. You meet them, le incontri. The aunts is a group of women, so you pick le. Okay? Let's do some more translations. Okay? As before, there are some sentences that are connected, actually all of them, and take your time to do the exercise. Pause the video and resume it once you have finished. And here are the solutions. So, I visit the city today. Oggi visito la città. So, as in English, it is actually better to put today at the beginning of the sentence. But Italian is a pretty free language compared to the English one, so you could actually have placed today at the end of the sentence. There wouldn't change a thing, but like this, it's a little bit more smooth. I visited today. La visito oggi. Why la? Because città is a feminine word, so you pick la, and you don't pick lo. I cook the potatoes. Cuocio le patate. I cook them. Le cuocio. Patate is a plural and a feminine word. So you pick le and you don't pick li. Okay? I cut the meat. Taglio la carne. I cut it. La taglio. Why la? Because carne is a feminine word. So you pick la and you don't pick lo. Okay? Is it a little bit better now? I think it's going to become clearer and clearer as soon as we do more exercises, because it's really like, it's not that different from English. The only thing you really have to remember is to place the direct object pronoun in front of the verb and not after it. Okay? Awesome. Great. Complimenti. Congratulations. You have finished this lesson. Hope you're enjoying this discovery of the different shades of the Italian language, and I can't wait to see you here again for the next lesson. Thank you for being with me. See you soon. Ciao! Ciao a tutti! Benvenuti su Italiano per principianti. Sono la vostra insegnante, Claudia, e sono molto contenta di essere qui con voi. So today we're gonna focus on practice. Specifically, we're gonna do some translation exercises, okay? In order to practice what we have learned in these lessons. So let's start with the first exercise. So here you have 5 sentences to translate. In some of them, you will find article prepositions. In some others, you are going to find the direct object pronouns. You're gonna find parts of the bodies, vocabulary related to the house, okay? It's kind of a huge mix. As usual, I always advise you to write the sentences down and read them out loud, okay? Before resuming the video, because this way you can see where you need to improve your pronunciation, okay? So as usual, please pause the video and resume it once you have finished the exercise. And here are the solutions. So I have 2 hands and 2 feet. Ho 2 mani e 2 piedi. Did you make some mistakes with the plurals? In the house, there are 7 rooms. Nella casa ci sono 7 stanze. How was the article preposition here? Was it good? In plus la makes nella. Okay, did you remember that? I take the boys to school. Porto i bambini a scuola. I take them to school. Li porto a scuola. Because actually we don't know if they are only boys, if there are boys with a girl, 2 girls, but in any case, it's always to be considered masculine, okay? Li porto a scuola. Did you remember to place the direct object pronoun in front of the verb and not after it? The dining room is next to the living room. La sala da pranzo è accanto al salotto. Salotto is masculine, so its article is il. 2 is a plus il makes al. Okay? Great. And let's do the next sentences. Okay? Ready to start the new exercise? Let's do it. And here are the solutions. Where are they going? Dove vanno? I take a shower. Faccio la doccia. Or faccio una doccia, it's the same. Did you remember that we use the verb to do and not the verb to take when talking about taking a shower? The food is salty. Il cibo è salato. She is shy. È timida. Did you remember here to write timida because we're talking about a girl? I meet her at the market. La incontro al mercato. Mercato, masculine. Its article is il. At a plus il, al. Okay? Great. Awesome. Let's do another one. So take your time to do the exercise as usual and then resume the video once you have finished. And let's see the solutions. So, I have lunch with the uncles, pranzo con gli zii. I cut the onions and put them in the oven. Taglio le cipolle e le metto nel forno. This was difficult because we have the direct object pronoun, but we also have an article preposition. So, onions or onion, cipolla, in Italian is feminine. So, feminine, plural. The direct object is le. Okay? Nel forno. Forno, masculine. Its article is il. In is in Italian as well. In plus il makes nel. They are angry. Sono arrabbiate. Did you write arrabbiate? Because remember, we're talking about a group of girls. So arrabbiate with an E at the end. I need to buy glasses and plates. Devo or ho bisogno di comprare bicchieri e piatti. Okay, so in Italian, actually don't use articles as in English for a sentence like this one. We go to the restaurant. Andiamo al ristorante. How was this exercise? Was it easy? Was it difficult? What was the sentence, actually the most difficult one, in your opinion? So let's move on and let's do another exercise, okay? It's all about translations because translation really helps us with the language, okay? Take your time to do the exercise, don't feel pressured, and resume the video once you have finished. And here are the solutions. So the vegetables are next to the fruit. Le verdure, or la verdura, sono accanto alla frutta. You could have said la verdura, but if you write la verdura, then you have to conjugate accordingly the verb. So la verdura è accanto alla frutta. I find the backpack, trovo lo zaino. I find it, lo trovo. Backpack in Italian is zaino. Zaino is masculine, so its direct object pronoun is lo. They have breakfast in the kitchen. Fanno colazione nella cucina. Okay? Did you remember that we say to do breakfast, not to have breakfast? And then we have an article preposition. Kitchen is cucina. Cucina is a feminine word, so its article is la. In plus la makes nella. The bowls are in the cupboard. Le tazze sono nella credenza. Okay? How was it? I hope you did great, but if you made some mistakes, don't worry about it. It's perfectly normal because mistakes really helps us to improve in our practice and to improve in our knowledge as well. Awesome, great. So complimenti, congratulations, you have just finished another lesson. I'm really proud of your progress and always think that at the beginning of this course, you weren't able to translate a single word in Italian, and now you're translating whole sentences. That's huge, okay? So have a great day and thank you for being with me. Ciao, a presto. Ciao a tutti, benvenuti su Italiano per principianti. Sono la vostra insegnante, Claudia, e sono pronta per affrontare una nuova lezione. Okay, so we have practiced a bit in the last lesson, but now we're gonna do something new. We're gonna talk about clothes, vestiti in Italian. Vestiti. As in English, is plural. I vestiti, masculine. Let's start with the t-shirt. So, t-shirt is maglietta in Italian. Maglietta. But good news, you can also say t-shirt. Okay? Then we have jumper, the sweater. Maglione. So, t-shirt is maglietta. Sweater is maglione. And it's masculine. Il maglione. Then we have the coat, il cappotto, lots of doubles here. So we have started with the winter clothes. The scarf, la sciarpa, la sciarpa. Then we have the hat, il cappello, il cappello. Awesome. The shirt, la camicia, la camicia. The blouse, la camicetta. It's very similar. So shirt, camicia, blouse, camicetta. Then we have the belt, la cintura, cintura. Great. The trousers, i pantaloni. So as in English, it's a plural noun and it's masculine. I pantaloni. Jeans is jeans. That's easy. The shorts. So you have two options. The first one is pantaloncini. Pantaloncini. I pantaloncini, masculine and plural. Or you can just say shorts as well, but with an Italian accent. So shorts. Then we have the skirt, la gonna, with two N's, gonna. The dress, il vestito. So as you might notice, vestito is the singular form of vestiti, clothes. Tie, cravatta, feminine, cravatta. Suit, completo, il completo, the suit. The shoes, le scarpe, feminine and plural. If you want to say shoe, la scarpa. The sneakers, le scarpe da ginnastica. Literally means the shoes for the gym, for practicing. Scarpe da ginnastica. And this really includes all sneakers, okay? Boots, stivali, plural, as in English. If you want to say boot, that is stivale, with an E at the end, and it's masculine. Lo stivale, gli stivali. The slippers, two possibilities. The first one is pantofole. The second one is ciabatte. Pantofole, ciabatte. They are both feminine and plural. Le pantofole, le ciabatte. Okay? The socks, i calzini. I calzini. The sock, just one, il calzino. The underwear, intimo. L'intimo, the underwear. L apostrophe intimo. The pajama, il pigiama. That's similar. Il pigiama. And you see that even if the word ends with an A, it's masculine. Il pigiama. I pigiami, plural. The bathing suit, il costume da bagno. Il costume da bagno. So let's see some expression, useful verbs and so on. To go shopping in Italian is a very long expression and is andare a fare shopping. That literally means to go to do shopping. Andare a fare shopping. Of course, when you use it in a sentence and you have to conjugate the verb, the one that you have to conjugate is andare. A fare is fixed. Io vado a fare shopping, tu vai a fare shopping, and so on. Okay? So how do you say shopping mall? Centro commerciale. It's masculine. Il centro commerciale. And it's pretty long as well. Il centro commerciale. Then, a useful verb to try, provare. So it belongs to the verb of the first group, so the verbs that end with are, and it's very regular, no exceptions. Then, to wear, we have two possibilities. The more formal one is indossare. You actually use this verb, that is completely regular, while writing. If you talk, normally you use portare. If you remember, portare is also to take. Portare, indossare. They are both regular, no exceptions. Okay, awesome. So let's do some translations. What I'm going to ask you to do is to translate these sentences and questions into Italian. As usual, I advise you to write them down and to read them out loud. Then you can resume the video because I'm going to tell you the solutions. Okay? And here are the solutions. So, how much is the belt? Quanto costa la cintura? I wear a blouse and brown trousers. Porto una camicetta e pantaloni marroni. You could have written also indosso una camicetta e pantaloni marroni. It's the same. But did you remember to place the color after the trousers and not before it, as in English? I tried the suit at the shopping mall. Provo il completo al centro commerciale. Okay. How was it with the article preposition here at the shopping mall? You have blue socks and white slippers. Hai calzini blu e ciabatte bianche. Did you remember to write bianche because ciabatte is plural and feminine? How much are the jeans? Quanto costano I jeans? Okay. How was it? Was it difficult? Was it easy? Did you make any mistakes? If yes, don't worry about it. Try to translate the sentences one more time. Awesome! So let's review all the vocabulary we have done today. Please repeat the words right after me. Vestiti, maglietta, maglione, cappotto, sciarpa, cappello, pantaloni, jeans, pantaloncini o short, gonna, vestito, calzini, ciabatte o pantofole, scarpe, scarpe da ginnastica, stivali, intimo, pigiama, completo, cravatta, cintura, camicia, camicetta. Oh, I have forgotten to add the bathing suit. Costume da bagno. And now the verbs. Portare, indossare. Remember, it's the same, just indossare is a little bit more common when you write, while portare is more common when you talk. Andare a fare shopping. Provare. Centro commerciale. Great! Complimenti, congratulations, you have finished another lesson. I hope you enjoyed this lesson about clothing and I'll wait you here for the next one. Okay, have a great day. Grazie, a presto. Ciao a tutti. Welcome to Italiano per principianti. Lezione 38. Okay, great. About the weather. Clima. As you notice, the word ends with an A, but it's a masculine word. Il clima, the weather. Okay? So let's start. It's hot. Fa caldo. Fa caldo. You can also use the verb to be as in English, so you would say è caldo, but we can say that fa caldo is a little bit more common while talking, okay? So if you talk to someone, it's way more common to hear fa caldo than è caldo, but both the expressions are totally correct. So the opposite, it's cold, fa freddo, fa freddo. As we have said before, you can also say è freddo. It's okay. Then, it's nice. Fa bel tempo. Or è bel tempo. It's a good weather. Fa bel tempo. Okay. It's bad, the opposite, fa brutto tempo. Fa brutto tempo. Once again, you can always use the verb to be as well. È brutto tempo. Then, let's talk about some sun. The sun, il sole, masculine. Il sole. So it's sunny. C'è il sole. There's the sun, literally. Or, it's sunny, è soleggiato. That literally means it's sunny, but it's not that common when talking. I mean, you can hear è soleggiato when listening to the weather forecast, for example, but when people are talking in everyday life, they're gonna say c'è il sole. Talking about the sun, let's see how to say the moon. La luna. La luna. Great. The stars. Le stelle. Stelle is plural as stars. If you want to know the singular, is stella. So it's feminine. La stella. The star. The clouds, le nuvole. As I'm using le as an article for this plural noun, then you know that it's feminine. So the singular form is la nuvola, the cloud. Awesome. It's cloudy, è nuvoloso. È nuvoloso. The wind, il vento. Il vento. So, it's windy, è ventoso. È ventoso. Great. Then, the snow, la neve. So, neve is feminine, la neve. It's snowy. You actually have two possibilities. We don't have any adjective or adverb for snowy, so that's why you use actually verbs. So you can either use our present progressive. Do you remember we did it while we were talking about the difference between the verb to be and the verb to stay in Italian at the end of course 1? Sta nevicando literally means it is snowing. Sta nevicando. Or you can also just use the present. Nevica. It snows. Okay? So to say it's snowy, you can either use the present progressive of the verb nevicare, sta nevicando, then, or you can use its present, nevica. The rain, la pioggia, with 2 G's. La pioggia. It's rainy, piove. This is super common while talking. È piovoso, as we have seen before, it's way more common when listening to the weather forecasts. Piove, è piovoso. Piove means it rains. È piovoso literally means it's rainy. Storm, tempesta. It's a feminine word. La tempesta. Thunder, tuono, masculine. Il tuono. Lightning, fulmine, masculine. Il fulmine. And then let's talk about the season. Let's start with my favorite one, the spring. La primavera. La primavera. Then we have a beloved season, estate, summer. Estate is feminine, but as it starts with a vocal, you put as an article L with an apostrophe. L'estate, the summer. Then we have autumn, autunno, autunno. So you really have to pronunciate those U's, okay? Autunno. Masculine, but it starts with a vocal, so the article is L with an apostrophe. The autumn, l'autunno. And then we have winter, inverno. Inverno. Masculine starts with a vocal, so the article is L with an apostrophe. The winter, l'inverno. Great, awesome. So let's see a useful question. What's the weather like today? Che tempo fa oggi? Che tempo fa oggi? Today is oggi. Or let's see a more general question. What's the weather like in autumn? Che tempo fa in autunno? So as a preposition, we actually use the same as in English, in. Che tempo fa in autunno? Great. So let's do an exercise. Here, what I'm going to ask you to do is to answer those questions, okay? Try to be, to use as many words as you can, okay? To practice all the words we have seen, like, about the weather, okay? As usual, take your time to finish the exercise, write it down, read the sentences out loud, and then resume the video once you're ready, okay? Great. And here are some possible answers. Che tempo fa in primavera? C'è il sole e piove. Non fa freddo. So, it's sunny and rainy. It's not cold. Che tempo fa oggi? Fa bel tempo. C'è il sole e non ci sono nuvoli. It's nice. Fa bel tempo. It's sunny and there are no clouds. That's a huge lie because today here it's raining, but I wish the weather was like this. Che tempo fa in inverno? Fa freddo, piove e nevica. It's cold, it's rainy, and it's snowy. Okay? How did you go? As an exercise, for example, every day when you wake up, you can look at the weather and try to say what's the weather like in Italian. Okay? So let's review the vocabulary we have done. Please repeat right after me. Tempo. Fa caldo. Fa freddo. Fa bel tempo. Fa brutto tempo. Sole. C'è il sole o è soleggiato, if you remember. Luna. Stelle. Nuvole. È nuvoloso. Vento. È ventoso. Tempesta. Neve. Nevica o sta nevicando. Fulmine. Tuono. Pioggia. Piove o è piovoso. Che tempo fa? What's the weather like? And now the seasons. Primavera. Estate. Autunno. Inverno. Great, awesome. Complimenti, congratulations, you have just finished another lesson. I hope you enjoyed this lesson about the weather and don't forget to practice a little bit, okay? So have a great day and see you soon. Ciao! Grazie! Hello everyone! Ciao a tutti! I'm your Italian teacher Claudia, and this is one of our last lessons. This is lesson 39, 39, out of 40, 40. And I truly hope that you're enjoying this journey into the Italian language. We're gonna talk about sports, and I have a very good news. A lot of sports, actually, in Italian have the same name as in English. We keep the English names, but no spoilers, we're gonna see them in a bit. So, sports in Italian is sport. Sport. Lo sport, masculine. Plural, gli sport. So we don't put an S at the end as in English, okay? The plural is just gli sport. The word is still the same. Let's start with the most loved, like the sport that is the most loved in Italy. So let's start with the sport that is definitely the most loved in Italy, and that's football. Calcio. Il calcio. Then we have volleyball, pallavolo. It ends with an O, but it's feminine, la pallavolo. Then we have basketball, that's easy, basket. We kind of use the short version of the English name, basket, il basket. Golf is golf. It's the same, and it's masculine. Il golf. Hockey is hockey. It's not really common as a sport in Italy, though. Hockey. The article is L with an apostrophe, l'hockey. Baseball is baseball. Il baseball. Swimming is nuoto, masculine, il nuoto. Dancing is danza, danza, feminine. Athletics, atletica, similar. Atletica. Tennis is tennis, easy. Il tennis. Tennis table is ping pong. I know it's a weird name. Il ping pong. Great. Let's see some places and useful tools. Swimming pool, piscina, feminine. La piscina. The gym, la palestra. Palestra. The match. You have two possibilities. One it's easy, one it's still easy but less easy than the other one, I'd say. Because we have the Italian option, partita, la partita. But we actually use match too, okay? But match in Italian is masculine. Il match. La partita, il match. The racket, la racchetta, with two C's and two T's, la racchetta. And now let's see some useful verbs. To play, giocare a, okay? When talking about sports, to play is always giocare a. You need to add the preposition. If you're talking in general about to play, then you don't need that preposition. But if you're talking about sport, then you need to use it. Giocare a. Giocare is a verb, a very regular one that ends with are. Let's see its conjugation. Io gioco, tu giochi, lui, lei gioca, noi giochiamo, voi giocate, essi giocano. You see, the only things that actually needs to be noticed is the presence of the H for you and we. Why do we have an H? Because the H is actually needed to preserve the sound K of the C. If there wasn't an H, it would be tu giochi. And that doesn't sound good. So that's why we need an H. Giochi. Giochiamo. Awesome. Then, to practice. Fare. We have already seen this verb before, but let's review it. It's always good. If you remember, there are some exceptions in its conjugation. Io faccio. Tu fai. Lui, lei fa. Noi facciamo. Voi fate. Essi fanno with two N's. Okay? For example, I practice dancing. Faccio danza. Okay? I practice swimming. Faccio nuoto. Okay? Then to ski, sciare. Sciare. And it's actually a very regular verb, so there's nothing special to notice. So you take the verb root, sci, and you basically add the endings. Okay? Then to win, vincere. Vincere. So a verb that ends with ere, the second group. Let's see its conjugation. It's very regular actually. Io vinco. Tu vinci. Lui, lei vince. Noi vinciamo. Voi vincete. Essi vincono. So the only tiny thing that we need to notice is the difference of sound, because I and they have a C that is very hard. Vinco, vincono. Tu, for example, vinci. Okay, that's the only thing to notice. Let's see its opposite. To lose, perdere. So another verb that ends with ere. And regular, completely regular. Io perdo, tu perdi, lui, lei perde, noi perdiamo, voi perdete, essi perdono. Okay? Then we have to tie, pareggiare, pareggiare. So we go back to the verbs that end with are, and as you might see here, it's completely regular. There are no exceptions. Okay? You take the verb root, pareggi, and you add the endings. And then we have to kick. We have two possibilities. Calciare or tirare un calcio a. This is a longer expression, I know. So it's up to you to choose one of these two. Calciare, tirare un calcio a. In either case, both calciare and tirare are super regular verbs. Okay? Awesome. And let's do an exercise. So here, what I'm gonna ask you to do is to translate these sentences into Italian. As usual, I recommend you to write them down, to read them out loud before resuming the video once you have finished. Okay? And here are the solutions. So, they win the match, vincono la partita, or vincono il match. It's the same. We kick the ball, you have two possibilities. Calciamo la palla or tiriamo un calcio alla palla. Okay? You play tennis, giochi a tennis. I play volleyball, gioco a pallavolo. He doesn't ski, non scia. We are at the gym, siamo alla palestra or siamo in palestra. It's the same, okay, in Italian. If you say siamo in palestra, it's more like you're inside the gym, okay? Great. So let's review the vocabulary we have done today. Sport. Calcio. Pallavolo. Basket. Hockey. Golf. Tennis. Ping pong. Atletica. Danza. nuoto, palestra, piscina, partita, racchetta, giocare a, fare, vincere, perdere, pareggiare, sciare, calciare or tirare un calcio a. Complimenti! Congratulations, you have just finished another Italian lesson. I'm looking forward for the next one and I wish you a great day. Ciao! A presto! Benvenuti! Welcome to Italian for Beginners, lesson 40. I'm your Italian teacher Claudia and I'm very happy to see you here for this last lesson. I hope you're really proud of the progress you've made so far because you should be proud. Learning languages is all about practice and you're doing a great job. Okay, great. So for this last lesson, we're gonna put everything together, okay? So we're gonna focus on practice. So are you ready to do some exercises? Let's start with a very simple exercise about family. We have done already a similar exercise. So what I'm gonna ask you to do is to talk about your family. Parla della tua famiglia. You can start in Italian, as of course, with in the family there is or there are, blah blah blah. Okay? As usual, please write everything down and try to read the description out loud before resuming the video, because I'll show you an example. And here's my example. Nella famiglia ci sono 2 genitori e 4 nonni. 2 nonni e 2 nonne. Ho 3 zii e 4 zie. Ci sono 6 cugini. How was your description? Did you manage to make it a little bit longer, maybe? Okay. In any case, let's do another one. Here we're talking about you, your feelings, okay? My question is, come stai? Or, come ti senti oggi? So, how are you? How are you feeling today? You can start your sentences with sto or mi sento, or you can use both while describing your feelings, okay? Try to use as many adjectives as you can, okay? This is for practice. Time to pause the video. Ok, example. Sto bene, ma mi sento un po' stanca e nervosa. I am well, but I feel a little bit, un po', with an apostrophe, tired and nervous. Okay? How was it? Did you remember to match the adjective? If you're a woman, you always have to do stanca, nervosa, when you can, of course. Did you remember to? If not, no problem. Just correct the mistakes you have done. Okay? Next time will be better. So, next exercise. Here, I'm gonna ask you to describe yourself. Specifically, you have to introduce yourself and talk about your name, age, body, hair, height, and personality. Okay? As I said before, try to use as many words as you can because this is a really good practice. Okay? Time to pause the video and do your description. Here's my example. So, mi chiamo Claudia e ho 28 anni. Sono bassa e magra. Ho i capelli castani e gli occhi marroni. Sono estroversa, simpatica e ambiziosa. So, my name is Claudia and I am 28 years old. I am short and thin. I have brown hair and brown eyes. I'm outgoing, funny, and ambitious. Okay? How was the description? Everything okay? Great. So, another exercise. Here we're talking about the supermarket. Okay? You're gonna be a customer and I'm gonna be the employee. Okay? What I'm gonna ask you to do is just to reply to those sentences. Okay? Take your time to fill in the mini dialogue and then resume the video once you're ready. Examples. Buongiorno. Buongiorno. Mi scusi, dove sono le arance? Sono nel reparto della frutta. Perfetto. Quanto costano? 2 euro al chilo. Grazie mille, arrivederci. Prego, arrivederci. So, good morning, good morning. Excuse me, where are the oranges? They are in the aisle of the fruit. Perfect. How much are they? 2 euros for kilo. Thank you very much. Goodbye. You're welcome. Goodbye. Okay? Was it easy? Was it okay? Did you remember the vocabulary related to the supermarket? And to be polite as well. Okay, another exercise. Here I'm gonna ask you a very simple question. Dov'è la scuola nella tua città? Where's the school in your city? So try to answer to this question, of course, in Italian, adding as many directions as you can. Okay? Write everything down and read it out loud before resuming the video. Time to start. Example. La scuola è vicino a casa, a destra del parco e di fronte al comune. The school is near my house, near the house, to the right of the park and in front of the town hall. Okay? Did you remember directions? Another example. We're still on directions. Mi scusi, dov'è la stazione? Excuse me, where's the station? So try to answer to this question with as many words and direction as you can. Okay? Let's do it. Example. La stazione è accanto al bar dietro al cinema. Deve girare a destra. The station is next to the cafe behind the cinema. You need to turn right. There is just one thing that I want you to notice. You see that I've written deve girare a destra. I didn't write devi. Do you remember that we have this way to be formal? So while talking to people that you don't know, you talk to them using she as a personal pronoun? That's the case. Okay? Deve corresponds to the conjugation of the verb dovere, specifically for she. Io devo, tu devi, lei, lui, deve. Okay? Since we're talking to someone that we don't know, we need to be polite. So we need to use she as a subject. Okay? Great. So another exercise. Here we're talking about translations. Okay, you just need to translate these sentences into Italian. Take your time and then resume the video once you have finished. Solutions. I have blonde hair. Ho I capelli biondi. Did you remember to write biondi? Because we're talking about the hair, that in Italian is plural. In the bathroom there is a shower and a sink. Nel bagno c'è una doccia e un lavandino. The house is big. La casa è grande. Animals have eyes and ears. Gli animali hanno occhi e orecchie. We have 10 fingers. Abbiamo 10 dita. How did it go? Did you make any mistakes? If yes, try to understand why you made those mistakes and correct yourself. Okay? Awesome. Another translation exercise. Here, as well, you just need to translate these sentences into Italian. Take your time and then resume the video once you are ready. And here are the solutions. I go to school, vado a scuola, turn right and then turn left, gira a destra e poi gira a sinistra. She's shy and kind, è timida e gentile. The potatoes are next to the bread. Le patate sono accanto al pane. How is it going with the article prepositions? The food is spicy, il cibo è piccante. Did you remember to put an accent on è? Okay, great. So, another translation exercise. So here you have some short sentences. Please translate them into Italian. Once you have finished, resume the video. I wear a blue t-shirt, porto or indosso una maglietta blu. You could have said porto una t-shirt blu. It's good. He buys a suit, compra un completo. How much is the skirt? Quanto costa la gonna? Today it's sunny. Oggi c'è il sole. It's snowy. Nevica. Or you could have written also sta nevicando, so the present progressive in Italian. Okay, how was this exercise? Was it good? Did you remember all the vocabulary related to the clothes and the weather? Okay, here we have a simple question. So, che sport fai? Quando? So, which sport do you practice? When? So if you do not practice any sport, please pretend to be practicing one. Okay, we're just trying to practice the vocabulary related to the sport and the days of the week as well. Okay? Try to answer this question, then resume the video once you have finished. Example: faccio pallavolo il mercoledì e il venerdì pomeriggio. How was it? Did you remember the days of the week, the parts of the day, the vocabulary related to the sport? Or did you need to review it? If you need it, if you had to review it, there is no problem at all. Reviewing is a very good practice as well to learn a language. Awesome! Great! Here we have another exercise. Sei in un centro commerciale. Cosa compri per l'inverno? So you are in a shopping mall. What do you buy for winter? So here we're talking about winter clothes, okay? Answer this question, please, and then resume the video once you're ready. My answer: calzini, un vestito, un cappotto, un cappello e una sciarpa. Socks, a dress, a coat, a hat, and a scarf. In any case, complimenti, congratulations, you have just finished our 40th lesson, and I'm very proud of your progress. You should be proud of your progress as well, because, yes, learning Italian sometimes can be a difficult experience, but at the end, it's very rewarding. You're gonna see it when you will be in Italy, for example, and you will be able to understand and talk to the locals. Okay, so I'm looking forward to continuing this journey with you, and I hope you really enjoyed it. Thank you for being with me for these 40 lessons, and I hope to see you soon. Have a great day. Ciao!